I'll take that like to dislike ratio, but sad. I liked the 100% likes. There's been times when you typed code into Twitch chat. There was a time when Hobo was doing price markers, which is basically just like you scan in the barcode and then you press enter, right? And the barcode scanner just takes the code and inputs it into whatever window you have selected on your computer, right? And he had Twitch chat selected and he started putting barcodes into Twitch chat. It was just like, you know, a string of numbers, right? But it was just like, well, there's now suddenly barcodes in my Twitch chat. Oh, but what are you doing? Oh, sorry. That was pretty amusing. All right, well, I'm gonna close Twitter, close my email. Actually, I can keep it open over here. And actually, just out of blunt curiosity, how many people here are playing Songs of Conquest right now? Like, just out of sheer fucking curiosity, chat room. How many people here are playing Songs of Conquest right now? You haven't even heard of it? Well, it's what we're playing later today. It's this, if you're wondering. First time hearing about it? Man, you guys need to get your head out of the hole that it's in. Wake up and smell the hype, jeez. It's new hype game. It's basically spiritual successor to Heroes of Might and Magic, but it's real pretty. Could not afford it. Neither could I, which is why I'm really glad they gave me key for it. $395 is the current year. Find out about new shit. I just look at the popular upcoming on Steam, but I've been following Songs of Conquest since E3 2019? I want to say. I think was when I first saw it. E3 of all fucking things. Awkward interview questions and coming up with answers? Why would you need awkward interview answers? The hole is deep and warm, so you're not getting your head... Well, it's not like there's snow outside or anything. Come on, it's summer. Anyway, so... Longdeath. The current year is midsummer of the year 395. We have 34 dwarves in the fort because I had to expel some due to mood problems. The dwarves currently are Pilot, Quavenir, Letharticus, Lilemkatsu, Anonymo, Anthony, the Scoid, Malden, Mar, Crabicus, Merc, Red Octobear, Cussie, Bloodcat, Diamond Destruct II, Massive, Volleylol, Tygo, Zindros, Stone, Hoshan, Blue Space Weeb, Dragon, Rory, Paranoid Metroid, Whitcode, Zatsuki, Do It, Tele B, Gibbles, Arch, Jimmy Tibby, Wogarden, Disco, Do It, DeBerries, Banana, and Navy. What? You're alive? No, you're dead. You're definitely alive. You're a bone carver, in fact. And you're only 20 years old, so it's not like you've been alive that long. You were delighted remembering being near a waterfall. That is definitely the same Dragon Man. It's definitely the same Dragon Man. Where were you? Yeah, that's definitely the same dragon. Yeah, you are 62 years old. And you're my militia commander. How's Stony 6? Stony 6? Stony 6. Stony 6 is about as good as Civilization 6. A little mixed in the middle. Pleasure on one end, pleasure on the other end, and seems to be doing pretty well. Very few friends, just one kindred spirit who's Tele. So there is that. But, hey, at least you have a friend. Wait, hold on a second. How old is Tele? Did I read that correctly? Tele is 160 years old. Jesus Christ.
This is Sparta!
Thanks for the $3. Cheers, dude. So something that I did yesterday was I forgot to turn the fountain off. So it ended up dumping water everywhere, so that's why everything's red. It's not blood. It's just mud. I dumped mud everywhere. So I'm fixing that today. That's been my project. All the way up to like the edge of there. So we're gonna be working on that today. As well as keeping track of the mandates. We need to make 2 picks. And keeping moods balanced because moods got kind of bad. Is that wine? No, it's mud. I literally just said that it's mud. Wine is almost the same color, but slightly more burgundy than these colors. Rank, garlic, shallots, and onions. They all have their uses, but they shouldn't be compared because they're different species. At least it's not vomit this time. Well, that would be the blue stuff, so like that's vomit. But hopefully you're doing better than vomit. Pygo. Maybe it wasn't the nicest way to put that, but I think you know what I meant. Hope that you're doing well. If anybody's feeling generous, Tygo needs a sub. Calcium doesn't like wine. We should ask the crypt about that. Maybe the crypt likes wine. Throne. Overthrown. Need that offering place right there to be placed back. Just replacing everything, as you do. Unbuilding it and rebuilding it. Unbuilding it and rebuilding it. Unbuilding it and rebuilding it. And thank you much, Brewhogger, for why am I blanking on that? Gifting the sub to Tygo. As well as the $3. So we are uprooting all of this flooring so that we can, you know, get rid of the awful red color. But seriously, thank you for gifting the sub. Cheers, dude. How's things been, Tygo? Hope that you've been holding up. Plan for today is a lot of strategy stuff, so it should be a good day today, I would think. Oh, this is the easy one because there's nothing to fall through underneath it. It's kind of funny. I think it was Space Pirate commented on one of the VODs recently saying, "Oh, this is the one where the dwarf falls through all the different layers of floors." And I've kind of come to the terms with the fact that I need a group of brave volunteers to make like a Wikipedia page or a fandom page or something, and make like a list of events that happen in Longdeath via the VODs and like link to different parts of the VODs. Somebody needs to go and do that. And Cyrolac, thanks for gifting 3 months of sub to Userune. Userune, congratulations. You now have the power of Crypt Beer for the next 3 months. You use it wisely. And it's good to see you around, dude. Believe it or not, I do miss your streams. I can place those blocks and get those peaks. There's the depressed dwarf there. It's Navy. Right, yes. You've been restless for a while after being unable to practice a martial art. Did I ever put you into a squad? I can't remember. Yeah, you're in the Eternal Guard, so we'll get them training again. That is the main combat squad. Understanding knowledge. I wish I knew that. That seems like useful information. Hundreds of screenshots of tributes. I mean, that would be helpful. You yourself could run the entire tributes page. Wacky? You miss your streams too? Well, everybody go follow Userune, and then maybe one day in the future you'll get another Rooney DFE streamy. Maybe one day in the future. But if one person cheers 100 bits, or if somebody has a resub that they're sitting on, click the button now, and you'll get a hype train out of it. End of the school year is a pain in the arse. I believe that. You know how like all the other school teachers who watch this stream and complain while they're grading school reports feel. There's actually quite a few of them. Like I know a number of school teachers who watch this stream. Shoutouts to Goldpoke, who just like complain about like grading papers all the time. Very much seems kind of like a thankless job. Wildermyth is a very, very good game that I have no interest in streaming. It's really hard to explain. Like, by all accounts, like, that should be a game that I should stream and, like, love streaming. But I've played it enough and, like, watched enough of the streams and know enough of the stories that I feel like that game is best just experienced by yourself. Like, you shouldn't watch streams of that game. You should just go play it. Because it's literally, like, the game has like these crafted little D&D campaigns for you. The video game, like that's what that game is. It's like, here's like these little handcrafted stories. And if you watch a stream of it, it kind of ruins the magic of that because there is a finite amount of them, right? And like, yeah, it kind of scrambles them and like the events come in different orders, but like it's still the same events, and seeing the events is the cool part of that game. Good game though. Good game. Let's go over here and place that. This. Doesn't always need to hype. Theoretically, you could have started it by yourself with an anonymous cheer, but hype trains are great and terrible at the same time. They don't always need to take off. Yeah, you can. So I can start them by gifting a sub anonymously, and you can actually start hype trains with 2 people. So if it's sitting there and it's like ticking down and you really want to start one, and you just do the anonymous cheer for 100 bits or gift the sub anonymously, it'll count it as a third person. But I don't know if I necessarily recommend doing that. It's just something that you can do. More you know, yeah. Just Twitch hacks, I guess. How to really hack the system. Let's just knock out these 3 ramps and replace them. I don't even know what those are made out of. Diorite, I think? Hornblende? Interesting. But there will be opportunities in the future, I think. But yeah, no, like I was saying earlier, the plan for today is we're gonna do like four hours of this or so, 3 to 4 hours of this. I just realized I had a resub, so I went and popped that in Bellinair stream. 3 to 4 hours of this, and after 3 to 4 hours of this, we will move over to Songs of Conquest and see how that is. In order for it to be anonymous, it has to be anonymous. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of the way of, like, gaming the system, I guess. But, you know, I'm just kind of, like, I understand why I shouldn't be able, as a creator, to create hype trains in my own stream. I understand why I shouldn't be able to do that, but I do actually think it's kind of weird that I can do it by gifting them anonymously. Like, I kind of feel like anonymous ones shouldn't count towards the hype trains, but whatever. It seems to be kind of like an oversight on Twitch's part, but... that or it's an intended oversight, I don't know. Yes, that is a hard sentence to read because you say you said bills, but yes, you are correct. Bill has been spending all of his bills on bits. You know what that reads like? That reads like something I would do in like grade school math. Like that seemed like if Bill has spent 20 bills on this thing, then Steve spends 1 bill on this. How many bills did Bill spend on his bill? It's like one of those. Sounds like an intentional oversight to you? Mo hype, mo problems. More money in streamers' pockets, less streamers complain, is how I read it, actually. I do enjoy a bit of wordplay. This is true. Yeah, wordplay is good play. Have you been up to anything interesting recently, Lump? Just chilling? The one thing I do kind of feel bad about with my recent, is it fair to say success? I don't know if it's necessarily a success yet, but recent increase in YouTube popularity is I feel like I haven't put out enough interviews because I've been focusing so hard on just like doing impression stuff and growing the channel. I feel kind of like I'm letting some people down, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. You're just lumping along. How are my plants? My multiplier onions are starting to sprout, which is nice, although I did realize that I planted one of them upside down, which I felt really stupid about, because I got up yesterday morning and I saw a bunch of roots coming out from where one of my multiplier onions was, and I was like, oh, I must have planted you upside down. Shit. Anyway, so I fixed that, and it seems to be perking up this morning, which is good. Which basically, like, multiplier onions are essentially just like shallots, but they're about this big. They make these little onions, and the little bulbils multiply into like little sets of small onions, and then you can replant them. So I've got multiplier onions, and they've been doing quite well. All of my lettuces over here have been sprouting. I've got 8 baby kales now sprouting on my like front sill next to my what do you call it? Completely blanking on the name of it. Windowsill? Next to my sliding glass door. That's what I was thinking of. So like right next to my sliding glass door, I do have a pretty happy little set of baby kales, which is good. Those are going to go into the bigger community garden, and that's kind of about it for plants stuff. I've been ordered by a friend of mine to plant or root something in my Le Fin du Monde bottle, which is just a very fancy, large beer bottle that looks kind of like a wine bottle. Because I posted a picture of it. I had a beer as a 10,000 YouTube subscriber celebration beer, which was a bottle of Fin du Monde, and my friend sent me a text saying, you need to grow a plant in that. I'm like, I guess I need to grow a plant in that. Yeah, so, well, it's not Belgian. It's a Belgian style beer. It's a French Canadian beer, but turns out you had another stream running in another tab, makes my router work pretty hard. Oh boy, wow. It's been I take my fast internet for granted because like I have 7 streams up right now, and I just downloaded a game in the background because I just installed Songs of Conquest because, well, that released. So, like, man, I take my fast internet for granted now. It's bad. Like, if I ever have to move to a place where I downgrade my internet speed, there's gonna be hell to pay. Just like nothing ever buffers. The only time things buffer is when like the stream on the other end is failing. Your router placement is rather unfortunate. Are you running on like direct line cables, or are you on a Wi-Fi connection? Wired Ethernet? Yeah, same. This is worth the extra 12. Totally worth like the however many bottles of Coke you save worth of money. Totally worth, like, you know, not eating out once a month. That seems about right. Not eating out about once a month. Parents don't want wires in the hallway? You don't need wires in the hallway. You just need to drill a nice big hole in the wall. That's it, right? You don't need wires in the hallway. Just run them through the walls, you know? As you should. So something that I did when I lived at home was I had wired internet in my bedroom for about 3 days. And the reason I was able to get wired internet in my bedroom was I lifted up the actual, like, ventilation vent in the house, and I funneled a cable down through that. Obviously, like, you know, it's gonna be warm enough in the winter to melt that cable, but I didn't think about that. So I did that, and it took a couple of days before my dad noticed the cable running into the ventilation. And then I got yelled at, and I had to remove the cable. But I did have wired internet for a couple of days in that house. Also, my dad was complaining about the internet at their house being slow, right? And he sent me a thing, or a screenshot rather, of like the Ookla like speed test thing that he did. And he's just like, so I'm only getting 5 up and 5 down. My internet that I'm paying for is supposed to be 50 up and 50 down. And then he sent me a screenshot of the Wi-Fi connection on his phone, which was closer to 50 up, 50 down. So I asked him, like, well, what cable are you using? The same one I've always used. I'm like, oh, that's not good. And so I went over to their house and I brought a cable. And they were using an Alpha Shield. Does anybody here know what an Alpha Shield is? I'm pretty sure this thing was a fucking scam back in the day. And I'm pretty sure it's a scam now still. But, so here, I'm just going to Google an Alpha Shield for you. I remember hearing ads for these things on the radio. Holy fuck, I actually found an image of one. This thing. Firewall security with auto disconnect. I'm pretty sure this shit was a scam. Like, when it was new. But TLDR, it's like a physical firewall that you plug into your... You plug a cable into your router, you plug a cable into the back of this fucking thing, and then you plug the back of this thing in your shield. Anyway, the maximum speed on this thing is like null. Like, its pass-through speed is awful. And I'm like, well, that's your problem. And I just unplugged that and plugged the cable directly into the computer, and the speed, like, quadrupled. My dad's like, but I wanted my security. I'm like, that thing's not getting any fucking security. Like, no, that is the least of your concerns. Trust me. But no, he insists on using it, so I guess he's never going to get faster internet. Dad, turn off the furnace and download. You joke, but like, I need to install stuff at a reasonable speed and not be on Wi-Fi. I came to the realization the other day that I actually don't know my own Wi-Fi password anymore. Like, I have it written down somewhere, but I don't have it memorized. And the reason I don't have it memorized is because I've literally never had to give anybody my Wi-Fi password. People don't ask for Wi-Fi password anymore. Everybody just uses, like, cell phone data. Oh, thanks, Virgin Mobile, for letting me know that my phone bill is ready to pay. Thank you. I knew that, but I've also already paid it. Not that you know or care. False sense of security is best sense of security? Clearly, I mean, I don't know. Considering the company that my dad works for, in the last 3 months, has had all of their systems compromised multiple times. My dad blames Russia. I blame general incompetence. Considering I was able to get into their system when I worked there. It was just an open system. There was no security. Emotional support modem? Man, I really want to just, like, take an old an old dial-up modem that makes all of the nice, good, loud modem sounds, and just, like, put, like, a little blankie around it that says emotional support modem and just plug it in every now and again so that it makes the modem sounds. The king just I put on a superior item. I am so content about this. See, even the king still feels content about putting on superior items. Also, Diamond Destruct says that they were near a seat, and that is pleasurable. And the merchant got caught in miasma, and it's disgusting. Quavenir II says, my punishment was reduced. I am so elated. And Zaloro the Krasdorf Vampire says, I communed with Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks. It is wondrous. You know, I totally forgot that I did that. But that vampire that lives in the walls, I gave them a temple. I made that room into, like, a temple for them. I completely forgot about this. Huh. Well, at least he's praying. Imagine being cursed with being a vampire, but also you find God in the process. Like, I am a vampire for all eternity, but at least I found God. You used 56K modem sounds as ringtones? Serious question, chat. Do you have a ringtone? Because I think every phone that I've had, like, maybe since 2009, has just been on vibrate. $56K modem sounds as your ringtone. So there's 2 of you, is what you're saying? Buy cheap gigabit switch. Step 2, attach label that says firewall. Step 3, dad, fixed your internet speed. Yeah, I mean, I should really just buy my dad a gigabit switch and tell him that it's the new model of Alpha Shield. I just need, like, a 3D printer to, like, 3D print a little Alpha Shield sticker on the side and go. Because that's all that it is. It's literally just an on-off switch. It claims that it has a built-in firewall, and I refuse to believe that. To change, well, I mean, I'm sure mine's got some sort of default ringtone, but it's just set to vibrate, right? Because, like, the vibrate in it is louder than... is as loud as it needs to be. Like, the vibrating is what wakes me up in the morning, not my alarm. Like, I sleep through the alarm. It's the buzz, buzz on the desk, right? Or on the bedside table right beside me that wakes me up. Whereas mine does buzz, buzz. That's what wakes me up. Yours for a time was a bird chirping, spent tons of time in library and university and thought it was a bird. Oh, that's funny. Although I'm going to complain about common phone sounds for a second. That whistle, whistle. I think it's like Samsung's default text tone or something. Anyway, the humans are here, both of them, the group of Soaring, and the council have arrived. That I think it's a weep whoop, whatever that whistle is. I'm not even going to try and mimic it, but that thing just makes me unreasonably angry for no logical reason. There is no reason I should get as annoyed by that ringtone as I do. There is absolutely no logic behind the amount of irritation I get from that sound. Like, I hear it, and it just makes, like, the skin on the back of my neck crawl, and I get angry. Group of Soaring has brought stuffs. They brought us quicklime. That's actually useful. Damn. In a metal bucket? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Metal bucket? Yeah, I actually, not a metal bucket, but I have a metal, or rather, I have a coaster that's made of leather that has, like, these metal snaps around the end. You know, like leather wrist straps that you, or that some people wear, or like leather jackets that have like studs. It's literally like that, but it's a coaster for a beer, and it's on my bedside table. So when my phone goes off, it's usually sitting on that, and it goes brrr, rattles on the snaps. It is not quiet when it goes off. It is loud. You sleep like a myself? Yes. It would be weird if you slept like someone else. I want to sign for different tones for chats with specific people. So definitely not using whistling, beer plops and stuff like that. Okay. I can't stand it when people use that default thing. Like, especially if it's people using the default ringtone sounds and they are in a public space. Like, if you're listening to that and you are on a bus, please cease living. Like, just don't even do that. Although maybe the strangest phone interaction I've ever seen was earlier this year. Myself and a friend went. Nobody cares that you're getting a call. Absolutely. Myself and a friend were on the SkyTrain. We were going downtown. We were gonna go. We were going to I want to say we were going snowshoeing that day, because I remember having the snowshoeing gear. So we must have been going snowshoeing. So this would have been like at least before February. And we were on the bus, and this lady at the back, this phone goes off really, really, really loudly at the back, like this ring, ring, like the fake old phone ringtone goes off, and she picks up the phone. She goes, "Hello? Hello? Hello?" Like really, really loudly at the back of this train. And we're all just sitting there where I'm just kind of looking at my friend like, what the fuck, man? And it's just this, "Hello? Hello?" Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. And then she eventually goes, "Oh, hi, connection was bad. Hi, hey, hi, yeah, the connection was really bad. Anyway, I need to renew my something identification." And she starts screaming her fucking social insurance number in the back of this train. We're all just like sitting there going like, she's like, "The number is 36. That's not what she was actually saying, but like that's how slowly she was saying this number. Yeah, you got it. No, okay, you last 3 digits again. Okay, 1, 5. She like read out her entire address, like all of her personal information, just screaming it on the fucking bus. It's like, what are you? What? Okay, congratulations. Somebody can completely commit identity fraud against you now. Excellent. You've said your phone number, your social insurance number, your credit card number. Anyway, that or she was just like getting scammed in real time. One of the two. I hope you got it, Stone. You downloaded the soundtrack to Chrono Trigger to be your ringtone? Really? So the last vanity ringtone that I had was I crying baby sound effect. That's perfect. Also, hey, Sathados, and Mind, to both of you. The last vanity ringtone I had was on my Samsung slide phone in like 2008, and it was, chat, what popular metal band from 2008 do you think was my ringtone? You guys know me pretty well. Maybe she was doing a Kit Boga. Maybe. I doubt it. Corn? Oof. Ouch. Corn. You don't know me that well. You're not far off, actually. You're not far off at all. Slayer? Ooh, wow. Rain and Blood. Yeah, maybe, but no. Not that. Not Slayer. Disturbed? Close. I do own 3 Disturbed CDs. And here's a hint. I've seen this band live. I haven't seen System of a Down, so it couldn't have been System of a Down. But I have seen this band live. I'll give you guys like another 2 or 3 guesses. I haven't seen Puta Volcano live, and they also didn't exist in 2008, so that was a really bad guess. Twisted Sister? I haven't seen Twisted Sister live, so it couldn't be Twisted Sister. Godsmack, also close. No, I had Through the Fire and the Flames as my fucking vanity ringtone for a good, like, 3 years. Yeah, I had, like, we will ride with fire burning hot towards the night as my ringtone for ages. It's not a bad vanity ringtone. It also helped that, like, I lived in... It always throws me off when I see friendly macemen on my map because I never get visitors. They're the guards for the tributes. You only seen, like, 4 or 5 live? I've seen, like, 5 bands this year, and that's, like, a low number. Also, hey, Frog. What's up? Good day. Also, Sethados, we're on year 395. We're getting there. Someone locked away? Oh, yeah. The person who's berserked is Zaloro, the crafts dwarf. Zaloro's been I mean, I actually could tell you what year. What temple was this? Which god cursed you? I can't remember. I want to say it was Shin, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks. Let's double check. It was one of the gods cursed him, so I could actually tell you what year he was cursed potentially. Yeah, 121 was the year that dwarf was cursed with vampirism, and they were like in their 40s maybe. They weren't a very old dwarf, but they killed 2 dwarves as a vampire in the year 121. Shortly after becoming a vampire. So they became a vampire by tantruming. Nobody witnessed the tantrum. They punched a statue. And what's the word I'm looking for here? We arrested the dwarf. It was like 120 days or something, and they went berserk while they were in prison. So, because I was setting it up so that they could have, like, I made them a stockpile and everything with a pick in it. I was literally going to give this dwarf their own portion of the fort as a vampire. But they went berserk, so there was nothing I could do. So instead of giving them their own portion of the fort and all that fancy stuff, I simply gave them... Do they have a weakness? They can't consume alcohol. That's their weakness. They can't consume food or alcohol, so it's 2 massive mood buffs. And if they're a dwarf, that's a massive mood debuff that they can't consume alcohol. So, like, their weakness is they can't consume alcohol, basically. So they slowly go insane if they're a dwarf. And if they're a human, they can't consume food, which also makes them slowly go insane. And if they don't consume blood, they don't get any food benefits. So unless they're, basically their weakness is unless they're killing, they are going insane slowly. But anyway, I tried to give that dwarf their own portion of the fort, and my theory was like, oh, I could like feed them problem dwarves or something, was what I wanted to do with them, but they went berserk, so there's nothing I can do. So essentially they're there as an insurance policy of if I start to lose the fort for any reason, I can put a bunch of blood into the well, or put a bunch of water in there and stab them repeatedly with a spike and then fill it up with blood. So that's the theory. If you make the tavern and the tavern keeper can force alcohol into them, yeah, but that's a weakness being abused by a bug. Like, they're not supposed to force alcohol into them, but you can. But then they have to be in a fort with somebody else. So theoretically, like, I did see a screenshot once of a fortress that had 3 vampires in it, and they made one of the vampires into a tavern keeper, and what they were dropping alcohol into the room with them. Or it was like 2 vampires and a necromancer or something. And the necromancer, who was like permanently undead, was like, it was like an undead necromancer, so they had no thoughts. An intelligent undead necromancer, which I personally call a lich, but you know, the dwarves have arrived to trade, which I call a lich, but isn't technically correct in game terminology. And 301st tribute, damn, the 300 bits earlier was very relevant. Anyway, words. Yeah. Can you become a vampire by tantruming and punching statues, which are an image of God? You can become a vampire by tantruming and breaking or toppling any building object in a temple. Doesn't need to be a statue. It could be a table. You go flip the table in the temple and bam, you're cursed as a were creature. It's like that simple. Just don't don't flip a table in church, okay? It's like the lesson that you learn from this. The game started getting buggy after 400-ish for me. Yeah, I'm not invading things, though, so. You want to be real technical, you're waiting for 2 calls, but 1 call is you've been waiting since the 2nd of January. Fair enough. That's a good amount of time. Tredge, thanks for the 55th month and for flipping the table.
Flips table.
I will not Flip's desk to cooperate. Instead, I will just simply cheers the mug. Remember to play Dwarf Fortress with your friendly rodent. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 55th month? Here's Dredge, welcome back. I'm in the liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Yada, 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 yada. Blah-bitty, blah-bitty, blah. Give me all the metal. Brass. Electrum. Black bronze. Rose gold. Bismuth. The fancy colored ones, you know, can do other things. And I look forward to our meeting next year and our fortunes rise and fall together. Vampire Vampschmeyer. Vampire Vampschmeyer. Chug, 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 chug. The poor vampire's like, I can't drink blood. And he's just, I have to drink blood, not alcohol. And it's just like spitting the alcohol out. And you're just, the dwarves are just like holding him down, doing a keg stand, going chug, chug, chug. I feel like that's about how well that would go. Vampires are just proof that Dwarf Fortress is just college. They make Urist's Plump Helmet Pie, the popular film franchise. Apparently my broker's in the military? I didn't know that. Oops. Just gonna remove you from this squad temporarily, Quevenir, so that you can go trade. We did a clothing refresh last year, so I can just bring all the clothes. That'll probably be enough. started getting erased. I think that bug has been fixed because I know Tarn mentioned that once because I was can't remember which time it was when I talked to him, but I did ask him about it was the 3,000 death count was what we were talking about for allowing more dwarves into the fort. And he was talking about, he's like, yeah, there was some old data limits and things that have all been fixed and erased. He said something about like descriptions disappearing, which he said he thinks that he fixed. But yeah, the 3,000 death count is gonna be removed for the premium version. Although, based on like all of the improvements that I've been reading about with the premium version, I might actually, I don't know. Like, I want to just keep Longdeath going, kind of in perpetuity, but Longdeath is going to become pretty infrequent when the premium version comes out because of all of those changes that I've been reading about. You know, even just like the very simple one of children can haul now is just like, all right, I guess I'm switching over to premium, just like permanently, because fuck anything that involves children not being able to haul. I mean, Longdeath won't be compatible. That's the thing. Premium is going to be save breaking. Like, fact. It's going to be save breaking. I will probably play premium for like 2 years before I attempt a Longdeath the second. But I don't know. I mean, I'll probably keep Longdeath going, but it's gonna be like, it'll be once a week maximum at that point. I mean, we're already pretty much there, but yeah, Longdeath is already one version behind as for fear of bugs and longer death. Honestly, if we did a Longdeath sequel, it would not be called Longdeath. But had a forever death? Maybe like eternal death or something is what we'd call a sequel. I'm trying to think of like Dwarf Fortress words that are like bigger than Longdeath. That could work. You want to practice a craft? Do you? Oh, we'll just give you weaving. Weaving is like the craft that they can just practice for all eternity. You're going to make a castle of ash bars in a biome that rains blood? Not soap? You don't want to clean that blood? It'll be the castle of disinfectant. In the realm of infection. You'll just, like, clean all of that, like, blood and pus with your fortress by existing. It'll be glorious. But, yeah, at the very least, there will be a long break from Longdeath when Premium releases. Well, looks like I've got another VOD going absolutely apeshit, so that's fun. The 10 minutes till well, not VOD, but the 10 minutes till dawn video got like 250 views in the last hour. That's kind of fun. I haven't looked at it since I started the stream, so. The Fortress of Soap in the Plains of Infection sounds like an arc in the One Piece anime or something. It kind of does. But then it would need to be full of pirates, right? Which, you know, I'm sure you could do it. Maybe it's like a tropical jungle where it rains blood on like a small island. That is a weird email headline that hurt my brain for a second there. I just read an email headline that says, Journey 1 and 2 released. That was the headline of the email that I just saw. Journey 1 and 2 released. And my brain just like caught fire because I was like, Journey? What? Journey 1 and 2 for Gwent released. I was like, oh, the second I clicked on that email, I was like, oh, this makes sense because it's from CD Projekt Red. But also, like, I was very confused for a second there. And also very hopeful that I was going to get to play more Journey, but for Gwent specifically. Naturally. Because people play Gwent, I think. Let's bring some... Let's bring a bunch of crowns. Hang in there, Anonymous. Oh, you fucking... I mean, you can kind of already be a dwarf pirate in adventure mode. You just need a scimitar. Okay? You need a scimitar. You need a frilly hat. Okay? I don't think there's eye patches in Dwarf Fortress. You need boots. I would say made of leather. Preferably dyed. You need a split shirt. As like, you know, like an open shirt, right? You need a good long beard, naturally. And I don't know how you could get a hook, because there isn't any prosthetics or anything, but like... And then you just go to a tropical jungle village and like throw bananas at people. That's being a pirate, right? Goes throw some coins at people. Accuse them of being a were creature. That's piratey, right? It was forever long? What, for, One Piece? The thing about that you need to remember about things like One Piece, Frogfire, and those really long anime is the episodes are only about 18 minutes long. Like, they're 22 minutes, not counting the credits and intro, usually, for most anime. So, when you look at those things where it's like, oh, there's fucking 1,500 episodes of this thing, when you actually... Not that I ever recommend watching anime because anime is not very good usually. If you do want lots of mindless entertainment, you can absolutely power through it. If you enjoy endless episodes of cartoons, yeah, it's not a bad one. Mind. Like if you want to watch a soap opera, anime is pretty good for that. That's all it really is. It's just soap operas for our generation. But anyway, like there is a lot of it, and if you happen to enjoy it, go ahead and watch it. But anyway, like there's more Star Trek than there's One Piece. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there's more Next Generation than One Piece. Like, hold on, let me just double check this. Next Generation hours. How many hours of that show is there? Show runtime. Total. $130 hours of Star Trek Next Generation. And 1 PIECE total runtime. Yes. 396 hours. That's not that much. But there is more Star Trek in total. Not just Next Generation, but if you add the movies, the original series, DS9, Voyager, there is more hours of Star Trek than there is One Piece. Yeah, but nobody watches Detective Conan because Detective Conan isn't good. So, also it's spelled with a C, and at least out here. Not a K. That show's really bad. But, there, I can just offer it. I'll do that. Let's remove you from Trade at Depot. Select you. And put you back in that squad. But yeah, no, there is more hours of Star Trek in total than there is of One Piece. So if you're like me and you've seen all of Star Trek, you've seen more than One Piece. And like, as somebody who plays video games, 394 hours is not that crazy. I mean, I've played more time in, just waiting for this to refresh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 video games. Just looking at my Steam library. Like, I've got more time in Jupiter Hell than One Piece's runtime. So. You mean The Wrath of Doctor Strange? Multiverse Edition? Fear the Dialects? Don't Blink would probably be that full title. So Star Wars The Next Generation, Wrath of Doctor Strange, Multiverse, Don't Blink. Part 1. The Don't Blink thing was scary. It's the only thing from Doctor Who I've seen. And it was pretty cool. Although I've been told that Doctor Who is kind of like Star Trek and that you can just like sit down and watch an episode. Imagine, okay, so Navy, this dwarf, has got like PTSD from the period of time that I tried to make them into a scholar, and for some reason they were just pondering diseases, and they've just been anxious pondering disease after dwelling upon pondering diseases ever since. And you know what? I don't blame you. That is like the most 2020 thing to be anxious about as a dwarf I've ever seen. No idea, because I know nothing about it, really, aside from the Don't Blink episode. Yeah, I was going to say, can you even watch classic Doctor Who? I thought that stuff was lost in a fire. Wasn't that one of the shows that, like, you can't actually watch the first season of because, like, nobody has the copies of it anymore, or am I thinking of something else? That's only a few episodes? I thought it was like the whole first season or something that they lost. Someone animated it from the still photos? Oh, really? That sounds like something that a smart learning AI would fix. Still sad, though. Even as somebody who doesn't really particularly care for the franchise just due to lack of knowledge. No offense. Oh, trust me. The only person who really knows how much of a pain in the ass it is to be homeschooled is someone who is homeschooled, so I agree. I don't even know what that is. That sounds like something that you'd pay extra for at a adult entertainment store. And we got 3 Brit boxes back here. They're not for everybody, but if you're adventurous. Elamino, your dwarf's depressed. Not sure why. But hello. And then I had to boot him. So, your dwarf was, how do I explain it? Super depressed, and I think I told you about this, was tantrumy, and kind of murdered somebody, so I booted him out of the fort for it. As well as another dwarf. It was kind of rough. I mean, everything's available in the US, Brewhogger. If you have the ingenuity. Except for maybe like some North Korean internet. But like, you can watch anything anywhere. But if you're like me, I refuse to watch a lot of things because if they're not available for me to give them money for the thing in my country officially, I probably will just wait until it's available for me to give the thing money because I want to support the thing. Financially, so that they make more of the thing if it's the thing that I want. No, you don't have to pirate it. You don't have to go to Sweden for it. Also, do me a huge favor. Don't mention that website in my chat. If you're referring to that website, just refer to it as going to Sweden, because I can get in trouble on Twitch for promoting it on my site. So I now have to remove all of those lines of things that you said in my chat, because I'm definitely moderating my chat to not support piracy. But if you really want to get a thing, go to Sweden. They have a very good public library where you can acquire many things free of charge for indefinite amount of time. Yeah. That. Good documentary on that thing. But don't say it by name. And if I say it by name, I have to be careful and then walk it back, because otherwise I could get in trouble. I had someone get so offended at me once for doing that when they were just talking about that particular website that they called me a censoring something or another bad word, and then told me to F myself, and I said gladly. It's the only person who gets to anyway. And then they proceeded to spam my chat with rude words and then leave. So sometimes I get worried about bopping people for doing that, but met those guys IRL. They seem like cool dudes. Yes, slap self on wrist. So yes, you just simply winched and took advantage of Sweden's public library, which is, you know, a good thing, frankly. That's like me getting a copy of Adobe 2015 from my public library. I shit you not. Because they have manuals. Self-prescribed manual sex, I think. Anyway, so I'm not joking. The library here has copies of Adobe Premiere 2015, right? But the disc, the code in the disc has been claimed eons ago. So it's just a free trial. But I shit you not, I got a free trial for Adobe at the public library, and then took advantage of Sweden's public library to then make it last forever. Now I give them money, but it's available in the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, South America, United States, Finland, Sweden, Norway. Huh. Interesting. But also, to be totally clear, what I was referring to when I said anything can be available if you try hard enough, I was more referring to VPNs. Like, just turn on a fucking VPN and set it to a different country, and you'll probably have it available. Makes Netflix kind of magical, to be honest. But I'm not going to go subscribe to a different service. If something is exclusive to a particular service, I just simply won't watch it, rather than get it from Sweden's public library, because one, there's always other shows to watch, and two, I want to pay them for it and not steal it, so that they are aware that I want that thing, so I become a paying customer when it becomes available, thus rewarding them for making it available in my region. What did I literally just say about that word? You have to say, borrowed it from Sweden's public library. So do not say I do that in my chat. Thank you. DeBerries has been taken by a Fey Mood as a child. Used to be that you could get the US version, but not for a few years now. You need to get better at using your VPNs. You mean Tamagotchi? Yeah, I mean, if somebody blocks a VPN, then you're using your VPN poorly. You need to learn how to route things. But there are ways around that. Which sucks. Frog. Or set up your own pie hole, you know? There you go. Thank you. I mean, you don't need to go all the way into the Sweden's public library bullshit like that I do, but just say Sweden. Sweden instead of Yar, you know? That's all it is. But yeah, no, see, that's the difference between you and me, Krabicus, right? Like, you'll borrow it from Sweden's public library, whereas I will simply wait until it becomes available, or I just choose to never watch it because, I mean, you can say Yar, just don't say the P word. Penis is very scary around here, naturally. But no, if you... The reason I don't go out of my way to get that stuff, even when it's exclusive, is because I want it to become available here so that I can pay them for it to prove that there is a market here for that thing, right? Yes, but it's scary, okay? Don't show it in chat. Sheesh, troopin'. Keep your pants on. Christ. I happen to like mine as well. But, you know. Isn't that Talk Like a Pirate Day? What did you claim? Craft Dwarf shop, I assume, child? Well, I mean, see, here's the thing. It was Gabe Newell that said, the way you stop people from pirating software is you just make the legal acquisition of it less effort. Yeah. Why would I bother going to Sweden's public library now when I can just simply buy something else? It's like the main reason I never go back and like emulate old games and whatnot. It's because, like, I mean, shareware still is a thing, right? Shareware these days are, you know, demos are rare. If you think demos are rare right now, you have not been on Steam in the last 2 years. Because demos are excessively fucking common these days, to a point where it's like actually a problem. Like, demos were rare from about 2008 until about, or got rare between 2008 and about 2019. When the pandemic happened, demos became extremely fucking common again. Like, extremely fucking common. No one plays AAA. No, okay, no one in their right mind should play AAA games. And if you're playing AAA games, you don't need demos because you know what you're buying is trash already. How's that for an opinion? You already know what you're getting into because it's garbage. And if it doesn't have a demo, you can find so much fucking footage of it. Who cares? And also, shareware was a thing before the industry was profitable. And also, it still kind of does exist. Things like this exist. You know, like, yes, there are free games that have paid for options that are attached to them. Those exist all the goddamn time, and people get mad at them, right? You know, if somebody tries to release a game right now for free, and they're like, yeah, levels 2 and 3 cost extra, people will just complain about that shit. So, the reason shareware doesn't exist anymore is because people don't like it. Galana, Silver Nuggets, and Stray Bull Bone. Also, tell me how I really feel about AAA. They need to pay their employees. That's how I really feel about AAA. Einsens 5, what's up? I was actually kind of impressed. They released some footage of their recent concerts. They've gotten better. Like, their vocals sound better than they did, like, when Hypa Hypa came out. All right, so what do you want, kid? Must have logs, tanned hides, rock, bones. Lots of bones. Okay, I think it's bones. Slaughter some unicorns. And some emus, apparently. I can hear the cheers from Australia from here. Yeah, they don't absolutely suck nuts now. Just like slightly less. Streaming is kind of like shareware in that, I mean, not so chat, you know how you guys said that shareware is a thing? Can I just like highlight or used to be a thing? Can I highlight the ironic nature of somebody watching Dwarf Fortress saying that shareware doesn't exist anymore? Can I just highlight how fucking ironic that is? Like, shareware used to be a thing, right? Can I please highlight how ironic that is? What the fuck is Dwarf Fortress then? If shareware used to be a thing. No, Dwarf Fortress is about to be shareware. There's a premium version coming, my dude. No, shareware is here. You get half the game for free, and you can pay for the full version if you want. Which also are all of those fucking prologues on Steam that I complain about all the time because they're half the time false advertising. One of the top games on Steam right now is a prologue. This right here is shareware. This is like the free shareware demo for a Zelda-like adventure thing. That is shareware. That is the free version of that game. And I hate that shit on Steam, and it's super fucking common. But the reason I hate that shit is because people download them a whole lot, and then they fill up the front page of new releases on Steam, all these free games that are like pitches/demos. And all these pitches/demos for games show up on Steam as prologues, and then actual full releases that are trying to sell for money and pay people's bills get pushed off of the top sellers page and lose sales because it's just full of these like free half-finished games that are trying to get publishers. Fucking hate that. Share warrior is a good term though. I like that. But yeah, so it drives me nuts because games that are actually trying to like, you know, exist and make money on Steam actually lose sales quite frequently because of various free-to-play things. Also, another example is this, which is a game that I've been following for a little bit, which is releasing on the 11th, so tomorrow, which is a RTS game called Retro Commander. This game right here actually straight up states in its description that this is not a free game, even though it's free to play. Yeah, so this is not a free game, but it comes with downloadable maps. So you can buy maps for its campaign. And there's like a buy everything button. Shareware is also extremely common on mobile devices. Sweet. Child's gonna go get the bones that they need. So shareware is also very, very common on mobile devices. You buy like actually what's the name of it? But Not Words. Released. Yeah, Not Words. This game by Zach Gage. This game on PC is $13, but on the mobile, it's $13 or $5 per extra puzzle book, or it's free to play on mobile, and you can either pay $5 for each harder puzzle book, or which is like $5 a month, or you can just buy everything forever, which I think is just the $13. So, you know. Anywhere is shareware if you go to Sweden, yes. Or if you live in a war zone and aren't allowed to give money to like anybody except for the war effort, in which case then yeah, that's also shareware. Also, for the obligatory like war minute, so I got a bunch of really mean comments from people with Russian flag icons the day that I it was like the 2nd or 3rd or something, like the few days after the Future of the Fortress video that I posted, because somebody in like the questions for Tarn asked him to like say whether or not he supports Ukraine, and Tarn basically was like, duh. And I echoed support, right? Because that's what I do. Anyway, I got a lot of really mean comments. So my decision is that every single YouTube video that I edit that includes my face, I'm going to wear, I guess it's in the dryer right now, but my ginger shirt that I have that says "We want our home back" on the back and is in the Ukrainian flag colors. because I wanted to buy something from that band because their next tour got canceled and I was sad. How often do I talk to the brothers? How often do you think I talk to them? Once a day? God, fucking what? I'm gonna go read the Discord word stories while you guys continue to guess how often I talk to Zach and Tarn. Buffalo wings flap majestically. New shoes never pull back from running away. Quality tapestries are scam artists who deceive unwitting upholstery upheld by government corruption. Gerrymandering is absolute bull. Carpathian mountains add new things to Europe. Clothing, animals, stuffed bulls, lower somehow fast turtles slide swiftly across Miami beaches. Books best bruised while riding trains are all smut. What? Asexual flowers reproduce occasionally. Foxes plonk boxes full of cedar chips smoothly in the furnace. Zombies prefer freshly harvested food. Skimming cheese is like skimming. There you go. We're all caught up. I talk with Tarn once every 4 months in an email where we set up the next time we talk, or maybe 3 months. I'll send him a DM or an email. Sometimes on Twitter, usually just an email now. So that's once every 3-ish months. And then we talk for about an hour or an hour and a half on stream, plus about 2 minutes on either end that you don't hear. And that's about it. That's how often I talk to the brothers. Very infrequently. Every now and again, I will like send Tarn an email about a bug that I found, but that's pretty rare. Because usually the bugs that I find, I look them up and they've been reported like multiple years previously. I like how I click on that link and I get website blocked due to Trojan. Not sure if it's actually a Trojan or if it's just Malwarebytes being a tit, but I'm not going to open that website. No offense. It's not that I don't trust you. It's I don't trust that link, Tygo. I'm offended. Very offended by the posting of that link. Yes, naturally. But yeah, no, if you, if I go to my YouTube channel. Like this video from last night that I posted. I'm just wearing this ginger shirt. Nobody's commented about this shirt yet. Can I trust that link? That looks like a wiener getting shaken? What is that? I mean, it's a sour Kool-Aid emote. I haven't talked to him in a long time. You love ginger? Didn't notice it? Yeah, that's gonna be my uniform for any video now that I wear. Mostly because of all the mean comments I got. So it's just like, well, just as a fuck you, I guess. What does the shirt say? Ginger. Jinjer. You should know them. They're a good metal band. If you don't know them and you keep quoting metal bands at me, we can't be friends. Also, I'm sad because the best band name of all time, the Somali Yacht Club, doesn't have any merch related to current war. Although I did buy a t-shirt from them because their home is not as flat, but because they're at the other end of the country. But Grail Knights, that's a band. Hi, Hendrico. Are we just shouting metal bands? I mean, Grail Knights! Somali Yacht Club is a band. Yes. Somali Yacht Club is a Ukrainian, like, stoner doom band from Lviv. Tesseract, I've seen them twice. Don't really like them, though. I usually see them... I've seen them because I like the band that opens for them. Every time they've been here, they've had different openers that I've liked, and it's always like, I'm gonna go, okay, I'll go see Tesseract. I don't mind Tesseract. They're just a little. I've seen better like technical degent bands before, and they just kind of feel like they write the same song over and over and over and over and over and over. They're fine. They're just not great. Einsteinsphy, I don't know if you know this person, but there's a streamer who I know named Picture Point. He doesn't stream very often. But the last time... he was the last person who I showed Ginger to. And I sent him that particular video that I just linked in chat. And his comment on that was... Have you ever seen somebody that's so attractive it just makes you mad? Which is... about my feeling of that band. What about Napalm Death? I've seen Napalm Death. They're fine. That's my take on that. They're fine. That whole concert, there's like a video of the entire show on YouTube. But that clip is my favorite to just show people. It was a tour that they did with Arch Enemy. I can't remember who the third best. Sumo Psycho, I think. I think everyone has that privilege. I mean, I didn't want to make this a dark, annoying, sad subject. I just wanted to like make a comment that I thought was funny, but you know, yes, I know what you mean. It's just like friend of mine who made a Tinder account and got like 1,200 likes in the first day, and sent me a DM going, "I understand why you hate online dating now." It's like, no shit, Christ. Oh, it's sad. Maybe it's not sad if you're married and have kids. If you're single and lonely and bored all the time, it's really fucking sad. I tried to go full screen, but I can't do that without tabbing out when Dwarf Fortress is saving, because Dwarf Fortress takes too much computer memory. Memory? It's very sad. You know, it's kind of funny, like, that you said that you're into Gojira, because Pilot Guy bought a Gojira record with zero experience with Gojira, because I talk about Gojira pretty frequently. And he just posted in the music chat, he's like, I wasn't ready for Gojira. You bought it. It's a fucking great band, though. Christ. They made seeing Metallica almost worth it. It's too expensive, though. Speaking of, there's like tweets and like alleged photos of somebody like having a baby at a Metallica concert recently, so... Anyway, that happened. I tried to make an offhanded comment because it's funny. I really don't want to get into this subject, mind. More like liars. Ha! 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 But yeah, that doesn't seem like a very good place to have a kid. It's just my comment. What, like bringing a small child to a Slipknot concert? That's not uncommon at all. A place to go to get a log of wood. This child literally walked as far the Slipknot. Ha! I've seen parents with strollers at metal festivals, yeah. Or rather, at the one metal festival I've been to. But I've seen like infants in nightclubs at metal shows before. I always find it a little bit distressing. No, I mean, the Slipknot is a much funnier comment, but yes, they would be maggots. Everybody who likes Slipknot is a maggot, so anybody at a Slipknot show is a maggot. As they see the pulse of the maggots. I'm kind of like not so hot on Slipknot right now because the last time I saw them, tickets for Floor were $92, and they're doing a show here in July, and tickets for Floor are $470. And I get it, like we've had some inflation since 2014, but what the actual fuck? I'm sorry. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Like, you're a good band, but no. Just nobody's worth that. System of a Down, maybe. Nobody else is worth that. It's always expensive these days? No, it's not. The Blackwater Holy Light tickets that I bought 2 days ago were $25 after fees. And I get to see 3 bands. And the Death Angel Testament Ex Mortis? I can't remember who the other band was. Was like $45 for April. So no, they're not always expensive. It's just the really big bands that think that they're better than every other band in existence that are really expensive. It's like when bands get too big for their own noggin, they seem to think that they can do that. And I think part of it is like COVID restrictions locking down the number of seats they can sell, but fuck off. Like when I saw Ghost, it was like a third full, like the venue was maybe a third full, and tickets were like $60. No, it doesn't. Not here. That show is not sold out. You can go buy those tickets new right now if you want. And there's still plenty of space in the stands, which are $300. So no, it doesn't sell out. Absolutely does not sell out. Well, then people in Austin, Texas need to realize that protesting with your wallet is smart. Or everybody in Austin, Texas just has too much fucking money and not enough brains. $300 for stands? Yep. Keep in mind that's about like, what, 160 euros? I don't know what monies you use in Germany. I assume you don't use marks, so... And everything I order from Germany is paid in euro, so I'm assuming you use euro. Well, I mean, you already kind of tried to justify it for yourself, right? I'll put it this way. Paying more than $90 for a concert is ridiculous, and you shouldn't do it. The most I've ever spent on a concert was $192. But the reason it cost me $192 was because I bought a ticket for myself and a friend, and it was my friend's birthday. So I bought the ticket for my friend because it was his fucking birthday. So that was for 2, and that's after fees and taxes and everything. $80 for Sabaton? What the fuck? Sabaton's like a $20 show here. The hell? $80 for Sabaton? What the shit, dude? That's actually a lie. It's more like a $30 show here. That's not here. Clearly. It's not here. It's there naturally. Yes, that's how this works. That's how locations work. If you're asking me where here is, for me, it's the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada. I don't know exactly for instance, Fi. $122 to see Fall Simon Farewell Tour. It was on your bucket list. I mean, if it's like a last time that they're going to be there, like, okay, sure. Like, I'm still mad at myself that I didn't go see Rush on their last turn. I'm still mad at myself that I didn't go see Rush on their last tour. Never going to forgive myself that I didn't go do that. Did I not queue up those pics already? Almost all the tickets are resellers and fuck Ticketmaster to hell and back. Well, I mean, I have a valid reason to say fuck Ticketmaster to hell and back. Is now whenever you buy a ticket from Ticketmaster, at least in Canada, I can't speak for the rest of the world, they mint an NFT for you. Because apparently people like to collect and resell ticket stubs. Apparently that's a thing. Anyway, because nobody gets ticket stubs anymore, you now get a virtual ticket stub that you can put into your crypto wallet if you want. So, because if for some reason you want your lifelong memories minted on the blockchain to prove that you went to some fucking random indie band in 2022, I guess. I mean, it's QR codes. No, like the ticket itself is not the NFT. That's not the ticket. The NFT is simply a fake image of an old ticket that proves, apparently, that you bought the ticket and went to that show. So it's a thing that they're doing in addition to. They still do that? They haven't done that here since like 2009. I can't actually, well, no. The last time I had an actual ticket for a show was when I saw Avenged Sevenfold in 2009, which was Avenged Sevenfold, Atreyu, and Bless the Fall. Tiberius has begun a mysterious construction at a craft store shop. Finally, it only took you like half a year. Yes. TLDR, I've never actually claimed any of mine. Even though I technically, I guess, have 3 of them now. They're in my Ticketmaster accounts, on my profile on my Ticketmaster account, and I could go claim them. But, like, I've never really seen a reason to. It's like, why would I do this? And then, like, I look at the amount that they resell for, and it's like 40 cents. It's like, great. So it's like fucking Steam trading cards. It's exactly like Steam trading cards, actually. Bullshit that sits in your account that sends you notifications that nobody cares about. Excellent. Sweet. Let's continue to care about this. Or pretend that we care about this for like 10 minutes. You got an actual ticket? I think this might just be a Canada thing. Like, I go to concerts more than the most people, and I never get tickets. Well, Steam and Roblox have both had functioning item stores like that function almost identically to those stores, and they've had them for, well, years already. So, yeah, naturally. But yeah, no, Ticketmaster doesn't even have the mail you a ticket option in Canada anymore. Like, they won't do it. It's all digital. No. Haven't. I've been listening to way less metal recently, though. Just in general. Yeah, you could print out the barcode, but no normal human being would do that when you own a phone. So I hate Trivium. Like, true story. I really don't like Trivium. Trivium is maybe one of the best examples of a band that I enjoyed when I was an immature little child, and then I grew out of them. Not because of anything in particular, I just think their lyrics are really boring and their songs aren't creative or interesting. Nothing against any particular band member, I just... I'm sure it's great. I don't care. I mean, it's the same reason I don't listen to Disturbed anymore. Yeah, sure, like, Indestructible is a great album, but, like, I don't need to listen to anything that they've done since. It's the same reason I don't listen to 3 Days Grace anymore. It's like, yeah, of course I liked the early shit, but, like... Hey, White Pony one. Very much the creed of metal. Isn't Creed the creed of metal? I don't know. I just... Trivium is just one of those really boring popular bands. And there's plenty of them. And it's the same reason I don't like Five Finger Death Punch. They're just boring. DeBerries, the Dwarven child, has created a Touche d'Amour, a Galena earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Dastot Honorworks. No, Nickelback is just Nickelback, and they're just boring. The sad part about Nickelback, though, is, like, they have 1 or 2 songs that are, like, certified bangers. I'd be lying to myself if I didn't say that, like, every time 1 or 2 of their songs came on in a store, I didn't hum along, because, like, they're catchy and they're entertaining. Everything else they've done since then is just those exact same songs written over and 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 over again with slightly different chord progression. I mean, Backstreet's Back, all right? It's the same song. Exactly. And, like, Gotta Be Somebody is an entertaining song. I don't mind Gotta Be Somebody. Like, if that song comes on the radio, I'm not going to complain. It's fine. Will I ever sit down on my Spotify and type in Nickelback and listen to Nickelback? Absolutely not. But, like, I would rather listen to Nickelback than Trivium. Because Trivium just makes me angry. Anyway, so the Radiances of Haunting is worth 63,600 Zethal. This is a Galena earring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round native silver cabochons and decorated with cow bone and cow leather, and encircled with bands of oval pink tourmaline and cabochons, and billin. This object menaces with spikes of Galena, walnut wood, and on the item is an image of rectangular cabochons in cow bone. On the item is an image of a dwarf in sterling silver. So, yeah, maybe, like, a harsh take, but there is so much good music out there that if you comment about how much you love a band that is wildly successful, odds are good I probably have a negative opinion, and it's not because they're successful. It's because I've probably heard their shit too much. And that's the case for Trivium. The reason I don't like Trivium is because I think it was Black or whatever that album was. I listened to that one album for maybe a year straight because it was one of the only albums that my coworkers liked at the time. That was, like, not pop music. So I associate that band, all of their music, their sound, with shitty job that I didn't like. And that's the case for a lot of bigger bands. Like, the same thing with Seether. If I ever hear fucking Fake It by Seether again, I might punch a hole in my window. Same with Breakin' Benjamin, and a lot of those kind of, like, light butt rocky bands from that era. It's the same problem with Disturbed, even though I like Disturbed. It's the same problem with Avenged Sevenfold. I fucking hate Avenged Sevenfold, even though, like, that first album that they put out, fantastic. It's the exact same thing with Metallica. Fuck Metallica, but Ride the Lightning's a good album. No, I genuinely dislike their sound. There's a difference between being overwhelmed by something and learning to dislike something. I find their song progression boring. I find their lyrics boring and uncreative, and I don't particularly like their style in general. Megadeth? Who's that? What? I mean, you didn't spell Mega right. Or Death right. Actually, no, you did spell Mega right. You didn't spell Death right. D-E-A-T-H. Who would, like, misspell death in their name? Fucking weird. Bunch of flat earthers. Also, fuck Megadeth, if that wasn't clear. You can be a flat earther and I won't care, but the second you start denying COVID... Oh, I'm removing mud. So there's no way to remove mud from a constructed tile. So I'm deconstructing all the floor tiles and reconstructing the floor tiles. That's what I'm doing. It's literally the only thing that I'm doing. Also, hi Lost, I'm blind. I think I'm gonna put 2 carpenter shops down here. Hi, Batman. Do I still trade with the outside? Yep, like 4 times a year. 3 times a year. 2 human caravans come by every year, and 1 dwarven caravan comes by every year. And my phone just went off. Why did my phone go off? I swear to God, if it's my... nope, it's somebody followed me on Twitter. Twitter, who gave you notification preferences? Permission. No more Twitter notifications, thank you. I only want to know about text messages. The best thing about Trivium for me was they were a band that was not awful that I was allowed to play at work. That's the only thing that I liked about Trivium. This mythical pit of wealth. I mean, I'm pretty sure this... I mean, look at this fortress's value. I'm pretty sure we are some sort of, like, unreachable mythical pit of wealth. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits of value. Quite a bit of value. How do I notify everyone when I'm going to do an interview with the bros? Twitter? As if people read my Twitter. How did you get notified that I'm live right now? Also, it's weird hearing the bros. I just think about Mario every time you say that. You were literally lurking? Well, you just answered your question. I mean, how are you talking with me right now? This is how I notify people. I tell people. So I post on Discord, I post on Twitter, I post on Reddit, I post on other Discords, I post on yes. Like, I post on my YouTube channel, multiple videos sometimes. I'll usually post one the day of, plus one a week before, where people can submit questions. Yet somehow people still miss them and, like, don't notice them. Do I post on Twitter? Yes. But I post on every single platform that I have available to me. I know that you're new, but, like, I do them about every 3 to 4 months, and when I do them, I post them everywhere. You felt a ripple in the force? Today is the day where the blind dudes stream. Strange. Suddenly 1,000 voices screamed, and then they were all silent. Blind must be live. It's a horrifying sight to behold. What? How did that just cave in? More importantly, how is Tygo not dead? Serious question. How did that cave in? Oh, I understand how. It's because, like, obviously nothing. I thought that there was a wall piece underneath that. Fuck. Okay. So did Tygo just die? Something collapsed on the surface. Yeah. Not dead yet. Bastet lost some teeth? Or, got crushed. Not totally sure which, or why there's Bastet teeth everywhere, but there's Bastet teeth everywhere down here. Are people putting stuff into coffins? No, they're not, but people are coming to recover the wounded. That's a fun question. I mean, you just fell 30 Z levels. Approximately. That's a guess. You just fell about 30 Z levels. So if you don't die, you need like a medal. So Bastet did die. I think that Bastet softened your fall, actually. Yeah, so Bastet softened your fall, I think. I have enough coffins. So that happened. Oops. Okay, cool. I do have a coffin available. The mayor's carrying you to the hospital too. That is quite the thing. Yeah, that's pretty far fall. This is what I get for rambling about metal bands. Needs more. He needs like a metal leg based on the description of that leg. I mean, right lower arm is mangled beyond recognition. Hand is mangled beyond recognition. Upper right arm is mangled beyond recognition. Or lower leg is mangled beyond recognition. Or false ribs are mangled beyond recognition. You know, you might actually be fine. I say that, but like, you know, you might actually be okay. Only slightly beyond the healthy distance to fall. There's a healthy distance to fall? You know, I'd be lying if I didn't say that that was not... I'd be lying if I said that that wasn't the first time that had happened. Or if I said that that was the first time that happened, because it definitely has happened before. While I'm repairing that, too. Which just sucks now. I've got leaks everywhere that I'm going to need to plug. But the fact that both Tygo... Whose blood is that? Okay, so that's all Volilol's blood. I think Volilol also survived. Yeah, so 2 dwarves survived the fall, and 1 died. That's all right. I can deal with that. Also, hi, Cool Dan. What's up? We've been in lurk mode. We'll continue to be for the rest of the day. Well, that's fine. I mean, it's going to be a general long stream, Cajun Bard. Hope you've been enjoying the YouTube stuff while I haven't been streaming. Also, that video that I mentioned earlier that was getting a bunch of views now is getting like 300 views an hour. Means it's that's a lot of views. I still can't wrap my head around my YouTube channel actually doing well. It's so fucking strange to me. Like, you guys always seem like, yay, whatever things are doing well. And I'm just sitting here going like, how? What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, I got told by Splattercat, he's like, you'll be one of us soon. A slave to the algorithm. So, you know, we're on our way there. Choking on dust underground, was annoyed after suffering a major injury, was restless after being forced to rest and recuperate, guilty after being forced to... Tygo, you feel guilty after lying down to rest. I feel like that's in character for you. We might need a bunch of crutches, but I kind of doubt it. Splints, maybe, actually. Actually, what do I have in the hospital? I'm assuming everything? Buckets, soap, powder. No powder. Crutches, splints, cloth, and thread. Well, at least we're good. How compassionate of you? Do you have any negative thoughts? I mean, you did see some trauma. You were confused after being knocked out during a cave-in. Nothing about seeing anybody else die, though. I mean, clearly their death was invisible to you because you were both lying down. Naturally, right? That's how that works? Okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 splints on you. You've got pigtail cloth wrapped around your lower leg. You're full of cave spider silk thread, like literally. I think that you're gonna get some crutch walking skill pretty soon. Yeah, no, it is nice that the YouTube algorithm is starting to favor me. Like, this is what I'm talking about right now. Just this video. 20 minutes till dawn. Like, it got like, I don't know, 150, 250 views the first day it was up, and now it's just doing this. Like, this makes no sense to me. But I'm not gonna complain. It is actually kind of hilarious, though, that you squished Bastet to death. It's like, oh, hey, I think both the dwarves falling survived. Oh, actually, no, only one did. The other one's flat. All right, well, shit, I guess we do this now. Although I have to be really careful about the order in which I do this, because if I do this in the wrong order, it's just going to start caving in again and again. All right, I will be back in a second. I've been live for 3 hours and I really need to pee. Back in a moment. All right, I return. Made it back. Yeah, no, it is weird getting favored by the YouTube algorithm, but like I said earlier, I won't complain. Considering the last episode of Longdeath I uploaded got like 1,300 views for not no reason, but it's the first one ever to just randomly get a bunch of views like that, so. Normally Longdeath VODs get about like 300 views tops. Hey, cutest. How are you? How's life been treating you? Let's queue up that final one. You mean another war? I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Things have been pretty good. Had a good few days off. Flowers arrived for my mom on Mother's Day, when intended, which was good. Which she still pretends to be very surprised about, even though I've done it every year for the past few. So. My mom's still pretty good at doing a surprise Pikachu impression, I suppose. What else? Did a lot of YouTube recording stuff over the weekend. I get to play Songs of Conquest later today, which I'm excited about. Yeah, no, I actually asked my mom this year. I was like, do you not expect that? I mean, like, I've sent you flowers for Mother's Day every year for the past, like, maybe 4 or 5 years now. I think I missed 2020. I missed the 1 year. What kind of flowers? A general bouquet of like seasonal flowers. This one was it was like roses and a bunch of other things. I'm not a flowers person, so I wouldn't know But it was like, it's like roses, these big ass orange things, these big yellow things, these pink things that are not roses, and leafy things that my mom knows all of them. I don't know. I don't know flowers. I just look at the one that looks pretty that has flowers that I recognize that I know my mom likes, and I buy that one. I'm very good at this, as you can tell. I can grow kale flowers pretty damn well, but flowers, If it was a handful of dandelions, those aren't flowers. Those are delicious foods. You eat dandelions. You don't pick a bouquet of dandelions. But no, it's like a big fancy full bouquet. Look, the whole concept though of just delivering flowers by delivery guy is just crazy to me. That it actually works. And that you can order a bouquet like 6 months in advance and then like the day of it'll just fucking show up at somebody's house. Like the flowers industry is kind of a miracle. Oh, another thing I did on my day off that might actually be kind of interesting to you, Cutest, was yesterday I watched the most boring, slow, dry, long, well, it felt really long, but it was only about an hour and a half, documentary I've ever watched in my life, which I don't regret watching. It was great. It was the making of John Carpenter's A Thing. But holy fuck, that was a boring set of interviews. Like, holy shit. With the exception of John Carpenter, who's just sitting there, like, demolishing pack after pack of cigarettes. He's just sitting there just, like, fucking smoking the entire time. But everybody else that was interviewed for that thing, holy fuck, those were boring people to listen to talk. But there's some really interesting, like, footage and archival and bits and pieces of, like, interesting historical things that they talk about related to that movie that are very interesting. I watched last F1 race. I did that, too. That race was extremely boring until the last, like, 10 laps because of the safety car. But up until the safety car, that was a really boring race. Also, like, not a very well-designed track. I don't want to just, like, shit on that race because, like, Hobo went, and I know that he had a great time, so I don't want to, like, be all poo-poo on his party, but, you know. Good day, Beermaneer. Hello, dude. What's up? How's things? Although, I think my favorite video that came out of that whole race, Cutest, was that video of that one guy posted on Twitter of them trying to do a cannonball into the fake water and just bouncing off of it. I don't know if you saw that video, but it's just like the comment was just like me after I spent $2,000 on this F1 ticket. It's just them like cracking their tailbone on the. Wasn't that a Photoshop? No, that was a video of somebody jumping and slamming their tailbone on the water. True, yeah. I'm sure that watching the Miami Grand Prix in person is probably like the equivalent of going to a rave. Watching videos of raves are like, they don't look like they're on drugs. That doesn't look that much fun. But you go to a rave and it's a fucking great ass time. But watching videos of raves is just like, that looks that person's puking over there. Oh, God. But actually being at a rave is a lot of fun, so it's probably a similar thing. Started making a small octopus today, and his name is Oswald. I have several questions, but okay. Oswald is the penguin. I like how that's the direction you go with that. Several, yeah. What are you making it out of is the first one. The second one is, why is it called Oswald? Third question is, why are you making an octopus? Like, I know that you do a lot of metalworking and such, but like, why are you making an octopus? Dude, anti-helicopter landmines are kind of incredible, actually. It's almost as unexpected as the Spanish Inquisition. We're safe from landmines. We're in a helicopter. I knew about those because of a movie. So. Also, Tygo, you are up and walking. On a little box that you're making? Gotcha. What's the trigger? An IR sensor? Yep. The more important question I have is, has a bird ever set one of those off? Also, just to be totally clear, with my talking smack about like metal bands and whatnot earlier, I have annoying opinions on metal bands because I've listened to way too much metal and various other musics. So if I'm just like, fuck this band, they suck, I'm not saying that you can't like them. Just for clarity's sake. Like if I'm like, fuck Trivium, I don't like Trivium, I'm not discounting your like of Trivium for whatever.
Didn't I just celebrate my 9th month?
That's what happens after the 9th month is the 10th month. Thank you very much for the 10th month. It's 1 month more than 9. It's been another month already. Cheers, dude. Thank you much for keeping that sub alive for a 10th month. Chat's already doing the thing, so I don't need to tell them to do the thing. It was like 5 days ago. Did you let your resub sit? There was one time a person triggered a resub in my chat. It was like their 8th month and then refreshed and then triggered the 9th one. So you probably just let it sit for a while. Which happens. I need diorite. Apparently I'm like out of diorite blocks. Creeping up on a year? Yeah. I mean, it goes by especially quick for me on Twitch because like, I remember when the first few people subscribed and like we had what, a 55-month resub earlier today was yeah, 55. It's like I remember when that was like month 2. So Twitch resubs make me feel old. I was watching a channel that I liked the other day and someone hit 99 months resub. And he was just like, oh my God, I guess we're going to hit those next month. Because it was like one of his first ever subscribers, right? He's like, oh my God, we're going to hit month 100. He's like, I don't even know how many years that is. He had to like sit there for a minute, like actually think about how many years that is. Which very much is like a Me Too thing. Like if you were like just off the top of your head, it's like, how many years is 100 months? I'd be like, that number is too big to divide by 12. But yeah, goddamn long time. I know I had a couple of people comment on the amount of time and how quickly time passes because somebody subscribed, not at a super high tier, it was just like the like $2 a month tier to get their name in the credits. And they only watch me on YouTube, right? Like they just watch my YouTube stuff. And they sent me a DM when they re-upped for a second year of that tier, which isn't expensive. It's like $22 or something to get a year of your name in the credits. And they re-upped and they're like, man, this is making me realize how quickly years go by. Because they're just like the second year of like being in my credits. And they're just sitting there going like, man, it's already been a year. Good Lord, time flies. It's just kind of funny like that, I guess. Something I keep getting told on YouTube is that, man, I just got recommended your video. You're going to be really famous soon. Now, is that just something people say when they get recommended one channel a lot? Or are they actually, like, not wrong? Because it's, like, artificially inflating my ego, and I don't know if it's healthy. My ego's already inflated enough as is. I don't need it to be any bigger. Both. That is the right color, yeah. It's weird to me that bismuth bronze is the same color as gold in Dwarf. That's everything. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So it increases the chances of it happening? Allegedly. I don't know how much of that is true. To me, all it really feels like is YouTube just decides that you're uploading something that's going to do well, so they promote it. Just continues to just make YouTube feel fake and arbitrary to me, but like I don't know. I've created entertainment on various platforms for a very long time, and the only one that actually feels real to me is Twitch. Every other platform I've ever put stuff on just feels like the things that get big is the thing that the platform decides it's going to promote. And even the people who run those platforms don't know how they work. YouTube very much feels that way to me. Yeah, it's when you get a lot of them in a short period of time where it's just like they're all saying the same thing. And it's like, man. Especially because like YouTube is recommending my VODs to people, right? Never did that 3 months ago. It would have been nice 3 months ago, but never did that 3 months ago. Why is it doing that now? I guess it's probably because I'm uploading other stuff, but I was uploading other stuff 3 months ago. Why are you doing that now? Anyway. I could just, like, talk about that all day, so I don't think me commenting on the YouTube algorithm suddenly working for me for some reason is, like, necessarily, like, interesting format of conversation for this stream. I should go back to talking shit about metal bands I don't like. I don't know. Cradle of Filth is overrated? No, they're perfectly rated. They're fine. You sure you're stressed? Why are you stressed? You got in a snowstorm. Oh, no. You want to make romance. Well, do you have a wife? You have a husband. All right, so go make romance. I mean, like, gosh. Give you some surgery jobs, some mining, stone detailing. Strange to me. You're a dwarf that wants to make romance, so go make romance. We're into late winter. Putting all the dwarves up into the tavern for a little bit. Giving them a break. All right, well, tavern is cleaned up enough. So I think we good. I will say that, chat, actually, here's a fun music thing. Name a musical artist, musician, or musical group that you think is overrated. Because I'm thinking of a band in my head, and I'm curious if any of you guys are going to say it. Not the one I was thinking of, but yeah. Saw a fucking thing on Reddit. That's funny. They're okay-ish, but not the best. That first album was good. Everything they've done since then is... There's a band called Overrated. Let me go to the Heavy Metal Archive. Heavy Metal-Archive. I think that's the site. Yep. Metal-Archives. Overrated. No, but there is a band called Humanity is Overrated. They're a Brazilian grindcore band that were active from 2008 until question mark. They were on Going Postal Records, and they put out 2 demos, a full-length album, and 1 split release. So, no, but apparently Humanity is. Anyway, metalarchives.com. So all I'm saying is that the name Overrated, if you're a metal band, is available. You could name a metal band Overrated. I'm just surprised that nobody has said Imagine Dragons. Because that was the one I was thinking of. Whenever I'm thinking about like overrated musicians and overrated musical groups, it's always Imagine Dragons. It's the first thing that comes to mind. Are there pigeons in Dwarf Fortress Stone? Radioactive. More of a guilty pleasure. See, here's the difference. One Direction have written more than one song, I think. Actually, I've never listened to One Direction, so I don't know. All I know is that a friend of mine used to call One Direction One Erection, which always used to confuse me. I was in high school, I guess, would have been that age. I don't know. I wouldn't consider them to be a guilty pleasure. I would consider Imagine Dragons to be fucking insufferable. They're like Nickelback, but worse. No penguins? How about doves? Do we have doves? There's so many like random vermins and things. We need to fix this. We need doves in Dwarf Fortress. I just want to get attacked by a were-pigeon. You know? I feel like this is important. This needs to be possible. So Pink Fluffy Llama on the Discord is asking, does anyone know of good ink for pens that dries quickly for left-handed people? I found carbon ink cartridges for my platinum pen dry nice and fast, but I prefer to use a converter. And I read that and I just want to say, learn to use your right hand, but or don't write with a pen. Ever seen a crested pigeon? I don't know if I have. As per my last clay tablet. Yeah, pretty much. Where a messenger pigeon. I feel like it wouldn't be it would just be like a where homing pigeon at that point, not a messenger pigeon. But a crusty pigeon? Is a crusty pigeon a pigeon that got run over by your car? Benson's fine. Crested pigeon. That's a fancy pigeon. It's literally like pigeon, but like it's the more expensive model of pigeon. It's exactly the same kind of psychotic look in the eye, but like a little shiny. Nice feather cut. Yeah, and he's got a mohawk. This is just a perfectly normal pigeon that's ready to go to the rave. It's prepped for the EDM show. Keeps sending Kevin out, but he keeps coming back as he turns. You know, it was kind of funny, Hanagram. We were talking about, also creative name, by the way. We were talking about pigeons and carrier pigeons the other day, and I learned, or a couple weeks ago, I guess, and I learned that there is a carrier pigeon club that is local to me. That's like not far away from here at all. Like I could probably walk there in like 30 minutes or so. But there's a carrier pigeon club in my city. And from what I can tell based on their website and website profiles of their members, there isn't a single person in that club that is under the age of 60. But there is an active carrier pigeon club here to the point where I'm like, what if I got way into carrier pigeons? And I thought about that for about 10 minutes. Then I was like, no, I'm going to snap back to reality and not get way into carrier pigeons because that seems like a big fucking waste of time. But also... if you really want to get into carrier pigeons, you still can. Apparently, people still do that. Crested pigeons are an Australian variety? That can't be Australian. It doesn't have a knife and it's not ready to kill you. If it had, like, a weapon of mass destruction, I would believe that it was Australian. Because pigeons aren't scary, and Australia only has animals that want to murder you. We know this. Although I will say if I ever got a carrier pigeon, I'd name it Kevin. Oh, Kevin's back. Fuck. Go away, Kevin. Although I feel like carrier pigeons are one of those things that's like significantly less efficient in the current year than they would have been like, say when they were new, when they were a thing that people used frequently. Because in order for them to be like convenient, you have to take your pigeon to a location and then leave it there. It's not like you can just be like, pigeon, go to Bobby's house. Because you have to take it to Bobby's house and leave it at Bobby's house. And then you take one of Bobby's pigeons and take it to your house. And then when you're ready to send Bobby a message, you release Bobby's pigeon. And then it flies home. They want to kill you, they just can't? Yeah, which means it can't be Australian. Unless it's capable of carrying a shank, and just like dropping it right above you from really high up. Similar to drones with hand grenades. That has to be somebody's band. Somebody has to have named a band drones and hand grenades. I'm just going to link this. It's a screenshot from the Tinder subreddit. And the title of the thread is flirting with a British girl. So, just... made me crack up. It's just very funny. Sorry, I'm looking at it again and I can't stop. They're now bold? Are they? What? YouTube changed their titles to bold? No, they look the same as they did yesterday, but maybe for your region. You mind a screenshot and post it on Discord? I'm glad I'm not the only person who got a smile out of that, though. That's really creative. I hope that person got a response after this. Just for reference, this is the image. I'm convinced that American boys are really bad at flirting. And then he says, I'll prove you wrong. And then she says, go on. I like my women the way I like my tea. Tax-free and dumped in the ocean. It's just way too funny. Oy vey. Oh, God. I mean, it's funny. I don't know if I'd call it a panty dropper, but it's funny. Sure is funny. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what you mean, because YouTube looks exactly the same on my screen, which means either A, they're making changes and they just haven't rolled them out to Canada yet, or B, something's loading weird on your end. It's one of the two, usually. Also, the elves have arrived to trade while I'm waiting for this merchant that's human to drop their crap off. Let's also run over here. Grab some prepared food pots to trade to the elves. Bring our trader over. Oopsies. Hit the wrong button. This human is walking really slowly. Like, really slowly. Like, really, like, it's taken them 12 days to walk into the fortress. In Dwarf Fortress terms, 12 days. And there you go. One large lapis lazuli, an iron helm, a copper buckler, and a sheep's wool rope. I'm gonna go grab a hoodie. Yeah, check it off topic. That'll work. I'm gonna go grab a hoodie. I'm cold. Back in a sec. Hoodie acquired. if I'd put it on this morning right when I got up, it would have still been warm. Unfortunately, I didn't, you know, put it on right when I got up. Huh. They do look slightly more bold. That is odd. That is odd. Did you get the, I know that you're screenshotting a lot of things right now, Stone, but did you grab this one? Yeah, and the description. Yeah, no, that is odd. It's weird. That is weird. All right, well. Wait for those elves to arrive. It'll be on everyone's soon. I mean, I don't mind bold. Bold writing is nice. The thing that bothers me is with one of the recent YouTube changes, because I have YouTube zoomed in at 140%. It doesn't show up on this video. I need one that has more views. Oh no, they fixed it. Interesting. I had this issue where it wouldn't show how many views the video has because the date would overlap. The upload date would overlap with the view count. So for a while there, I couldn't actually see how many views videos had on them because I zoom in so much on YouTube that like it covered the view count, which was actually quite annoying. Trader is requested. What are you doing? Oh, I see. That's what you're doing. There's still one elf who's like straggling behind. The heck? Half up, half down. It's one or the other. Make your mind up. It's currently up right now. So do you want me to keep it up or put my hair down? You have like one line of text to like confirm. Otherwise you just wasted 1,000 channel points. Which is fine. You're allowed to waste channel points if you want. Just waiting on this really slow. Then why did you like spend 1,000 channel points? That's not the point of that. But okay. Number one, I don't have a balloon. Number two, I don't do what you tell me. So, as the words of a wise poet from the past once said, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. As they say. It's fair to call that poetry, right? Hey, CCJ, what's up? I was trying to explain to my dad the other day that a lot of R&B is poetry, but he doesn't agree with me. Fuck rabbit, yak bull, fluffy wambler. Because those who died are justified. Surrender your badge. Played that live on BBC One. Damn fucking straight. But yeah, no, the whole point of that channel points thing is like make me put my hair down or tie it back up. And if you just go neither and then whatever you want, that is totally up to you, but the status will not change. That's all that you do. If you actually want something to happen, you gotta use it the way it's intended. Otherwise, you're just wasting your own channel points. But that's fine. You're allowed to waste them if you want. That's what the 100,000 one exists for. It's so that you can be rich if you want to. Or you can tell people that you used to be rich if you want. Good Lord. This video is going absolutely hamsters. Speaking of people who used to be rich, chat, can I get a round of beers for cutest who used to be rich? You know, there's all kinds of like legendary live performances of songs like that. Just like that one performance that Nirvana did of Smells Like Teen Spirit, where they completely butchered it because they wanted them to play with a backing track. So they just did the intentionally worst performance that they'd ever done of that song. Which, I respect it. Also, hey, Diamond, how's things? Still in the loop of finding internship. Tomorrow's another interview. We're at that time of year. And then you know what tends to happen is people all find jobs and then they stop watching me because they realize they don't have time to watch me once they have jobs. So it's been fun, Diamond, memeing with you, but hopefully we see you still once you get a job. It's happened for years. People will watch me while they're in school, and then they make it through school, and then make it to the realm of employment, and then just vanish off into space. Like, well, it's good knowing you. It's probably for the best, though, frankly. It's not like I hold that against anybody. Some spendable income? I mean, if you're getting paid for an internship, it's better than most internships over here. Most internships are for experience. Although that's also why I enjoy that. Oh, true. That's what IT does for you. Well, I mean, that's not an internship at that point. That's just you're less experienced. So we'll pay you the same amount anyway. Man, the hour is not even done yet, and this video's gotten 500 views in the last hour. Wait, they. 'Cause, 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 You know, eventually I'll get used to this and I'll stop constantly exclaiming about it while I'm streaming. And then I'm just going to complain when YouTube doesn't kick my videos into the algorithm like this. I mean, I knew that. With video or which video? Here, I'll show you the graph. Just, whoop. The 10 minutes till dawn video. So, do you want me to take you to the fun world of English Diamond and which is which? Because the witch that you just typed in is like, I'm gonna curse you with the evil spell witch, not the witch that you witch to refer to. Fuck. Investments are open though, if you want to waste your tickets. You know, me mom left her rubbishy job and then they tried to not pay her for her sick pay calls. And since she's unsure of how many calls she did in the last months, they'll steal those hours from her, sadly. Oh, that sucks. She managed to get the sick pay. That's good. Everybody's entitled to their sick pay. I've got one piece of brass I can chuck over here. Yep, one brass bar. Early spring of 396 means the fort's 391 years old. Yeah, I did upload one yesterday. As they say, the last major thing that's left is minecarts. Someone commented on a DF News episode the other day saying that they don't even care about DF News anymore. This is just becoming their favorite show. I'm just like, me talking about blog posts is your favorite show? To make some better TV. It was like, I'll take the compliment, but... What? What were you trying to say? Taylor, I'm confused. Was that just like I'm typing in the wrong window? Well, that's what it looks like. Wrong window. Got it. Okay. Here, I thought you were going to say something about FG squared initially. Actually, I'm just going to check this. Yay, Songs of Conquest has good reviews. So I'll be completely honest with you guys. I was very much expecting to go to the Songs of Conquest Steam page just now and it to have mixed to negative reviews, but it's got 95% positive reviews. And that makes me so fucking happy. I can't even, like, I'm looking forward to that. And I was very much expecting to be disappointed. You know what I mean? Do you ever just, like, expect that something's going to disappoint you? Because that was something that I was just fully ready and expecting to be disappointed by. You want a lead cabinet in your tomb. My king is demanding a lead cabinet in their tomb. Okay, lead cab. We can totally do that. Picks. I mean, like, I had this conversation with my team after we recorded the most recent podcast episode where I literally was just like, I'm expecting to be disappointed. Is he drinking the radium stuff? Right. I don't even know what stuff you're referring to, so I don't know. But I don't think that dwarves suffer from lead poisoning or any kind of metallic poisoning, so. Cannot seem to get away from it in video games. What, overhyping yourself? Well, I know at least a few people in chat have said that they've picked up the Songs of Conquest, so. I just hope that it's good. Just hope that it's good. To be fair, I think Songs of Conquest and Citizen Sleep are like the two games that I've been hyped for. And from what I've played of Citizen Sleeper, absolutely worth the hype. And from what I've seen of Songs of Conquest so far, it looks like it's worth the hype. That's what burnt you out? Fucking Grand Theft Auto 4 burnt me out. I was so excited for Grand Theft Auto 4, and then I played it. Basically got sold on this snake oil that was radium dissolved in water. And got so heavily irradiated his body started falling apart and he had to be buried in a lead coffin. Is this like a Phineas Gage situation? Like a thing that I should have heard of? Because Ebenezer McBurney Byers sounds like a fake name that was made up for like, I don't know, some Lovecraft novel parody. You know, actually, I should leave this off until they've made that lead coffin. I mean, yeah, I'm sure. 1880, yes, that is very much an 1880-esque name. Lived 51 years. That's not too bad for that era. But, yeah, no, this dwarf doesn't want a lead coffin. They want a lead cabinet. All right. Well-known example of radioactive quaggery. I've never met a radioactive duck myself. There you go. We got somebody constructing that lead cabinet. Get to it, Navy. Wait, what? Hey, congratulations, Navy. You're no longer depressed. Excellent. That's good. I'm looking for that one. That one? Somebody gifted me a year's subscription to Russ's channel. And then within a week of it running out, the same person gifted me another year's subscription to Russ's channel. Which is like, well, I guess I get to watch Russ with no ads forever now. But yeah, no, Ebenezer McBurney definitely sounds like a fake name that somebody would make up. But also completely believe that it was a real name at one point. So this is the tomb, which is already like filled with lead statues. So now I just need them to place that cabinet. And then the king will be happy. Right now, king is not as happy as the king will be when they have a thingy in their tomb. But yeah, looking at the clock right now and looking at the time in game, I think we'll aim for fall. Try and get up to fall, which will be about a year in game. When we hit fall, we will jump over to Songs of Conquest. But yeah, plan for this week is Dwarf Fortress, Songs of Conquest, and I want to try and play some Citizen Sleeper. Tomorrow might end up just being depending on how much I like Songs of Conquest and how much you guys like watching it, tomorrow might end up just being a full day of Songs of Conquest, because I kind of want to just sit down and play it. Because I've been kind of itching for that type of game. So there might just be a lot of Songs of Conquest this week. Tomorrow's supposed to be DF news. There's supposed to be a Post-Magosty tomorrow. But we'll see, because it's been 2 weeks. It doesn't feel like it's been 2 weeks, because since the last one, there's been the Future of the Fortress plus 2 blog posts. Come on, Dwarf. It just takes so long to carry lead furniture. So slow. Although I will say this about Citizen Sleeper, is that if you're even remotely interested in that game, just go play it on Game Pass. It's really fucking good. Like, genuinely, it's really fucking good. So, oh my gosh. I was very confused as to why a Bastet's body appeared down here, because I thought that Bastet was already dead, but I didn't say anything about it, right? Bastet, you didn't die. The dwarf that fell through this floor landed on your coffin, which has your husband in it, who's also dead. Fell through the floor with the coffin in tow and landed here. So Tygo didn't atom smash somebody to death. Tygo landed on a coffin which had somebody in it. And then they got thrown out of the coffin upon landing on the ground. So that makes a lot more sense, but is slightly more distressing. So your body just got disturbed. Yep. Did you enjoy the episode of DF News, Diamond? Sure. Yay. I don't know. It was a video. Saved you after death? I suppose. It didn't send your ghost out, which is good. The problem is now you're officially divorced from your husband because you guys no longer sleep or live in the same coffin tomb word. Chat, you know what's crazy? On average right now, my YouTube channel is getting more views a day than my Twitch channel gets in a month. If only we could convince like 20% more of those people from YouTube to come over. You don't know about click and drag. Mind track would I don't think we're going to have a click and drag minecart system. I think it'll be select the piece you want and select the place you want to put it. Select the piece you want and select the place you want to put it. Select the piece you want and select the place you want to put it, which already will be significantly faster than the old system that we had. Significantly faster and also more convenient. Coffin Dominum. I mean, regardless, it definitely flattened something. Well, I mean, I don't talk about minecarts in that. But to do the routes in that, you literally just click and then drag. But I don't think that we're going to have minecart tracks because minecart carts are a bit more specific. It's less of a click and drag for an approximate route, and like you might be able to do you might be able to queue up straight lines, but for some reason, I don't know. I also hadn't even like wrapped my brain around the concept of like clicking and dragging walls until like just now, I guess. I wonder if we'll be able to click and drag queue up walls. I've just been kind of expecting to like have to go click, 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 click. But I'll bet you like we'll just be able to select the material and then drag. Man, I can't wait to mess with that stuff. Coffin plus condominium. Oh, okay. Coffin dominium. Yes, okay. It just reminds me of ad infinitum. Let's watch Arch the Second forge this copper pick. Fair enough. I'm cool, damn. But yeah, I don't know. I don't use minecarts very frequently. It's not a super anticipated feature for me, but more convenient minecarts would be nice. If they're super easy and quick to set up, I might minecarts more often. Story are you telling? Dwarf Noble Group Channel became the queen of the Ignited Creation in 101. Having a system for pathing a road could to fill in the track between 2 points would making a track a lot faster. I mean, I'm sure Tarn's got ideas. I don't know. I just want to see what they look like. 'Cause I don't actually think we've seen minecart sprites or minecart tracks yet, outside of those original mock-ups from like 10 billion years ago. Yeah, which was assuming that that screenshot. Those screenshots aren't even on the Steam page anymore. Yeah, no, none of those original mock-ups are still on the Steam page, so. Yeah, there isn't even like the original mock-ups in the original trailer mock-up. Yeah, so. I will say this. Bless Tarn's soul, but somebody else needs to take screenshots of Dwarf Fortress for the Steam page because Tarn's like... No offense to Tarn, but I don't know what resolution on that monitor he's using, but like these black squares are kind of not super professional looking. You know what I mean? Chat, what the heck is Gotham Knights? There's a new Batman game. It's speaking of Batman, did you guys know that Warner Brothers is selling off all of their IP and studios? They're getting out of the games industry. Which is weird, because they're the only people who own the rights to make Lego games. Which is good for fuel efficiency, but when going uphill, it loses a lot of its pulling power. What, for minecarts? Yeah, you are correct. There are very few, well, outside of like weird hook systems and pulley systems. Yeah, no, they trains almost never behave the way they do in real life in video games. Like that's just kind of doesn't happen. I actually had somebody get really mad at me in YouTube comments once for complaining that trains are inconvenient and annoying in a certain transport game. But just asking for like slightly better controls in that particular game, and this person was just like, just because you want your train games to be for casuals doesn't mean the rest of us do. And I was like, I just want like one convenience feature to make it slightly easier to place train tracks. That's all I want. Not that much to ask for. Do you follow the Lego games? I don't believe I've played one Lego game, and that was Lego Star Wars. The first one. And I think that's it. You know, actually, hold on. I'm going to go look up a list of Lego video games, because I don't even... How many of those have they made? List of Lego video games. Okay. Apparently Apparently there was a Sega Pico Lego game called Lego Fun to Build, which came out in 95. Lego Island, Lego Loco, Lego Chess, Lego Creator. Bring back Lego Chess, okay? That's all I'm saying. Lego Creator, Lego Friends, Lego Racers, Lego Rock Raiders, Lego Land, Lego Alpha Team, Lego Stunt Rally. That was my shit, dude. Oh my god. Anyway, Lego Stunt Rally, Lego Creator Knights Kingdom, Lego Island 2, Lego Racers 2, Lego Bionicle, Lego Junkbot, Football Mania, that's a Lego game, Island Extreme Stunts, Dome Racers, Bionicle, Matorian Adventures, and then just normal ass Bionicle. Lego Knights Kingdom, Bionicle Maze of Shadows, Bionicle Heroes, Lego Fever. Ugh, you don't want to get that Lego Fever, it's bad. Lego Chick Boutique, that's a strange name. Lego Bricktopia, Lego Builder Bots, Lego Battles, Lego Universe, Lego Battles Ninjago, Life of George? What? Lego Duplo something. Lego Friends Dress Up, Lego Ninjago Rise of Snakes, Lego Juniors Create, Lego Duplo Zoo, Lego Monster Fighters, Lego City Undercover, Lego City Undercover The Chase Begins, Lego Friends, Lego Chimera Online, Lego Legends of Chima? I don't even know how you're supposed to say that. Okay, where's like the Lego Star Wars games? Oh, I see. That's under licensed properties. So licensed Lego games are Lego Creator Harry Potter, Lego Creator Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Galador, Defenders of the Outer Dimension, Lego Star Wars, the video game, which was 2005, the last one I played, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, Lego Star Wars, the complete saga, Lego Indiana Jones Adventures, Lego Batman, the video game, Lego Rock Band. Right, yeah, they made that. Fuck. Lego Indiana Jones 2, Adventure Continues. Lego Harry Potter, years 1 to 4. Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars. Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, the video game. Lego Harry Potter, years 5 to 7. Lego Batman 2, DC Superheroes. Lego Lord of the Rings. God, these are all by the same studio, and they all come out like at the same time. Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril, Lego Marvel the Lego Movie the video game, Lego The Hobbit, Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham, Lego Star Wars Micro Fighters, Lego Jurassic World, Lego Dimensions, Lego Marvel's Avengers, Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens, Lego Harry Potter Collection, Lego Batman the Movie the video game, Lego The Lego Ninjago movie video game. Ouch, that's a long title. Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. Lego the Incredibles? What? That's a thing that exists? Lego DC Supervillains. Lego Movie 2, the video game. Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Asterisk. I don't know why there's an asterisk on here. I know, right? That's what I started thinking around halfway through. They made a lot of Lego video games. And yes, I've played Lego Star Wars. That's the only one that I've played. Lego Star Wars, the video game. Remember to breathe? I'm at the end of the list now, so I can breathe. I need to look up Lego The Incredibles. Holy fuck, that's a video game that exists. Nobody bought it. They made a Lego Incredibles game. Wow. And not even The Incredibles 2. It's Incredibles 1. Weird. It's just such a strange name too. Lego The Incredibles. It sounds like someone's about to jump into a Lego My Ego advertisement, but it's Lego The Incredibles. Why do I need to let go of them? I like them. $60 money? You should see how much expensive games are. Oh fuck, what's the name of that game? This is an expensive money game. This is a full price release. I just selected Babylon's Fall because it's Squeenix and it's bad. Sims 4 all DLC? Well, obviously that's expensive in any country. That's just a video game. Also, that DLC is worth it. Remember, it's cheaper than subscribing to an MMO. I don't feel like doing the all DLC argument conversation again, because that's one that I'm tired of having. Remember Matt Pat arguing for a rise in video game prices? Video games need to be cheaper and made cheaper. Otherwise, the model which they're currently in is long-term unsustainable. Agent numero uno, number 1. Thank you very much for that raid. Hello. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raids? I don't have any mods in my chat right now, so I have to do this myself. But thank you very much for the raid. Cheers. What were you playing today? If I can ask. And to anybody who came over from the raid, thank you very much for coming over with the raid. We play too much Dwarf Fortress here, generally. Although the plan is we're going to, I don't know, play another hour and a half, 2 hours of Dwarf Fort, and then we're going to play Songs of Conquest. And then I'll be on for another 4 hours. If not more. I got you. Twitch keeps disconnecting you from chat. Me too, man. Me too. Should use Chatty. It's more stable. Does that mean you're headed out early, Stone? Or does that mean that you're just actually doing something tomorrow? Looks so pretty. It really does. It really does. Well, I hope that you had a good RimWorld stream, and thank you very much for the raid. We don't get raids around here very often. Partially because I play games that people go, that must look like The Matrix, and nobody can possibly understand that, so they never raid me. It's kind of sad, to be honest. But thank you. Cheers.
Scoreboard baby.
I mean, it's easy to get on there right now. Might as well take it. Here's dude. Thanks for the $2. you don't get this game right now, to be totally fair, there's absolutely nothing happening right now. It's just a bunch of dwarves hanging out in a tavern. But if you want to get this game, it is free to get. So, you know, there is that. The easiest way to understand Dwarf Fortress is just to play it for an hour. Because it's really not anywhere near as complicated as people lead it on to believe. It's a free game to download and try, and it's got a lot of depth, yeah, and there's a lot to it, but it's certainly not impossible. We'll see you when we see you, Einstein Zwei. Cheers, dude. Those floor pieces up. But yeah, just explaining this game to people right off the bat is very difficult because there's a lot of things to explain. But as for like the easy version, all of the dwarves are represented by different colors based on their highest skill. The fort currently has 34 dwarves and 44, including temporary workers. I mean, no, even that's not complicated at all. The way that you get a militia training is you just use this screen and this screen. You just add them all to the militia, set the militia to use metal armor, and just have metal armor in your fort, and they will just go get the best metal armor that is available to them. Will they all have identical gear sets? No, but they will just get whatever the most valuable armor which usually is the best armor. So it really actually isn't that complicated at all. Almost everything in Dwarf Fortress people just overthink, which is fine because the game kind of encourages that sort of behavior, but it's not necessary. Like a lot of the stuff that, yeah, also Tekkit has a good video on YouTube about it. That is true. It's also like the vast majority of things that confuse people to the point where they're just like, this game's unplayable, or just like, okay, you're just misunderstanding the game's systems. It's not even like an issue of like whether or not that is done. You're getting into DF. Getting into DF was one of the greatest learning experiences. You had no idea what the hell was happening at first. I mean, like the first hour you played Dwarf Fortress, everybody's lost, right? But once you like kind of get past that initial visual hump, it's not hard at all. Especially if you've played RimWorld, right? Like, and that's the thing that I try and remind people. It's like, well, if you've played RimWorld, you can play Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is significantly less mean to the player than RimWorld. I mean, yeah, Dwarf Fortress will occasionally like drop a Bronze Colossus on you, but it's so rare that it does that. And also, Bronze Colossuses aren't actually that dangerous if you have like a semblance of game sense. Testing Chatty. Chatty received. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Liquid's pumping. Fountain back to functioning. I gather that Chatty is a workie. And not as deadly weapons. I mean, minecarts are a pain in the ass, but minecarts are not a necessary mechanic to play the game, right? Like, minecarts are ridiculously complicated to set up efficiently. But you don't need to even acknowledge that system's existence to play Dwarf Fortress. It's like, yes, there are complicated systems in Dwarf Fortress that take a long time to wrap your head around with a lot of annoying logic gates. Do you need to know? It's like saying, do you need to know how to make a computer in Redstone to play Minecraft? No. No, you don't. And you also never even need to know that you can do that in order to play Minecraft. Yes, if you're really, really, really big brain and smart, you could absolutely make a working computer in Dwarf Fortress. Will 99% of the player base do that? No. Can it do that? Yeah. But that's not relevant to learning the game. Tell that to my wooden cage trap. Paper cuts hurt me. That's what happened to the last Bronze Colossus I fought. It ran up, punted one of my dwarves, The dwarf went splat against a tree and exploded. And then he turned around and stepped into a cage trap and disappeared. So, you know, and then we had a new mascot, and that was pretty great. Tied him up, left him on a chain, up in the tower, pretended he was Rapunzel. It was good times. Sealed him off from the rest of the fort. That's something I've always wanted to have happen. Like a Rapunzel equivalent type thing. Also, this doesn't really have anything to do with anything, but holy fuck, this game that I'm just linking in chat right there looks like Final Fantasy Tactics. Like it straight up just looks like FF Tactics. Also, Songs of Conquest is currently #1 selling game on Steam right now. That's pretty good. Seems like all their hype was well placed. Okay, how's Demand's doing? It's only 20 euros? Yeah, I don't know if that game's any good. I feel like it's every other day somebody in my chat's like, I want a new Final Fantasy Tactics. So I'm just like, well, here's one. Here's one. Spotted. I mean, it could be terrible. You never know. But I would just simply wait for it to, you know. I would just simply wait for it to, you know, get some people to have a look at it. Let other people be your guinea pig. Wait until it has at least 10 reviews.
Crypt Bear.
No, you don't. Paper cuts hurt me. It's just simply rose-tinted glasses. Glasses talking. Pigfinite, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back on a 3rd month streak. I don't know what the streak says. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Cheers, dude. Welcome back. Glad you're still with us. You know, I'm more and more tempted to get rid of my Amazon Prime and get Twitch Turbo. The main thing that's keeping me from doing that is the Prime subscription. Because it's like a 50% discount practically. Because I always spend it on something. It's like Prime's gone up, but subs have gone up in Canada. Subscribing to somebody in Canada is now like $7.90 or something. After fees. Anxious after pondering the moon's path. Well, I will remove Dragon from being a scholar because being anxious after discussing things is bad. Someone here really wants to practice a craft. This merchant wheel banner really wants to fight. It's bad for your mental health, Dwarf. Think. Yeah, let's let them all out. We're gonna go do crafts. Do I have any jobs queued up? Can I remember? Nope. Okay. Let's just do rock crafts. Let's just do 500 rock crafts. They will make them really quickly, and most of the job is actually just gonna be them putting stuff away. But they'll make them real quick. First dwarves, I'll go start putting seeds away. And also, I haven't said this enough today. So, chat, if you're hanging out today, or if you watched my videos on YouTube while I was gone, thank you. I do still kind of miss you guys when I'm not streaming. Although, I think I'm finally at a point now where I'm in a good rhythm for the new schedule. Like, the first few weekends, it's like I kind of didn't know what to do with myself for the first day. And now I've kind of got it down into a science, more or less. It's like, Friday is record podcast and fucking do nothing else day. Saturday, I kind of slide back into work just a little bit, edit the podcast, and record one or two things for YouTube. Sunday, I kind of do nothing. Monday, I meal prep for the week of streams and figure out what I'm going to stream all week and then go play a bunch of games for YouTube. That seems to kind of just be my schedule now. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I stream 14 hours. And I'm like trying to build up, not a backlog is the wrong word to use for it. I'm trying to build up a, I guess backlog of videos so that when I go away for the 1 week and miss a week of streams at the end of June, on YouTube twice. Yeah, that one someone always has to do it, right? Someone always has to unsub right as you hit the big number. But yeah, no, because at the end of June, I'm going to Quebec. So from the 20th to the 26th of June, I will be in Quebec. I will be in hiccups. I will be in Montreal visiting my little sister and her boyfriend. So I will be gone for those days. So I'm kind of trying to have a backlog for YouTube by then. It's actually kind of funny. Like I hit 10,000 subs on YouTube on the 7th, right? So on Saturday, we're already at 10,113. Like, there's like, if we keep up at the rate that we're going, we'll be at 11,000 before the end of the month. Maybe more. Which is crazy. Like, just on average, my Twitch channel, this stream, gets about 10 to 12,000 views per month. My YouTube channel right now is getting about 10,000 views a day. So that. Stream was like a, yeah, for me it's all left up now. The stream was like a 24/7 radio station you could just tune into, and now it's just radio silence on some days. But the stream that are being streamed are more enjoyable. So what you're saying is you used to have nonstop all the time entertainment, and now you don't, but the streams that you do get are better? Is that what you're saying? Sorry for like screwing your schedule up, but I think that kind of is the intended outcome though, is that the general quality of the stream is better, which I think that we've achieved. Like, I'm not as snappy, you know, like I know it's kind of like a joke that like I'm mean to people, but like it's kind of a fact. I do get cranky sometimes. When I'm cranky, I'm not pleasant to be around. Nobody likes to watch a streamer who's just pissed off at everything. Unless it's like entertaining pissed off, which I can be. I can certainly be entertaining pissed off, but But yeah, no, it's not quite 10K views a day. It's about, currently we're doing about 9,000 views a day, but we did like 9,600 2 days in a row. Yeah, on the 9th we did 9,579, and then the day before we did 9,482. So that's about 10,000 2 days in a row. Like a slow day on YouTube is like 2,000 views. Playdate's also cranky, yeah, but I don't have one yet, so I can't cranky it. When I can cranky my Playdate, then I can be a cranky streamer. Cranky streamer streams game with crank. AMA. God, I can't fucking wait for that stupid thing to arrive. Cannot wait. Considering there's 2 different ports of Tetris for it already. One of them is free and one of them is $1. Both on itch. The humans have arrived to trade. Some cranky content? Yeah, some content with the cranky. You know, it was kind of funny. I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about the Steam Deck, right? And then one of them said, he's like, you know what, I'm happy that I'm not getting a Steam Deck. And he goes, why? He's like, I'm over here cranking it and I'm perfectly happy. The Playdate has been growing on you after a month. I mean, it's the kind of games console that I would actually use, which is why I bought one. The only anger streamer you've had fun watching was Tyler One. I'll say this. Tyler One's a really nice, chill dude in real life. out of all of the big famous people I've met from this website, Tyler One is one of the nicest people I've met. He's just like kind of a dopey, just chill dude. He's just like, hey man, what's up? He's a super chill person in real life, but when he plays video games, he's a fucking monster. Yeah, I know how the game system works, Letharticus. But, see, it's not just that the games come out every week. Just, you go to itch, right? And then type in Playdate. You want more games for your Playdate? Well, somebody made a snake thing, whatever that is. Little alien invaders thing. But yeah, there's like, so okay, so somebody out there has been porting films to the Playdate. So you can watch Tenet on the Playdate. Just wanted to show. I saw a video the other day of somebody watching Tenet on their Playdate. But yeah, no, there's Cutest Ghost, the video game. There's like a book reader. That's actually kind of awesome. You crank the. It reads text files. That's actually kind of rad. That's kind of amazing, actually. But yeah, no, I've also seen Star Wars on the Playdate. Someone was watching Adventure Time on the Playdate. So, like, yeah, no, there's more than just the 2 games that you get per week, but yeah. And the thing that I'm really interested in is, like, I want to play all of those games, but outside of just those weekly games, I just want to play the shit that people are making for it on Edge. Just so that you can switch pages with a crank. I just want to read a book like this. You know what I'm saying? It would be like reading a book, but like with an old school film camera, just going. Do you know when yours is shipping, Bigfinite? Because mine's shipped, apparently. It hasn't arrived yet, but it's apparently shipped. So. But I'm beginning of group 2, whatever that means. Elda says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss, yada, yada, yada. And then I'm going to go down to metal bars and say gold, brass, electrum, rose gold, black bronze, bismuth. Sometimes you just gotta crank that playdate, you know what I'm saying? Nothing better than cranking out a good book. Guitar Hero, sad face. Crank Hero. You know what? Someone needs to make like I don't know, pulley hero or something where you just have to like wind up a pulley. I'm in like, because there's two halves of group 2, right? There's first half of group 2 and second half of group 2. I'm in first half of group 2, meaning it only took me 10 minutes to order mine when the sales first went up. I will say that kind of annoying that press got 2 rounds of them before everybody else. I understand that hype's important, but like I paid for the fucking thing, so you know, like at least have the decency to ship ours at the same time that you're shipping Metal Jesus Rocks his. Shakes head. Anyway, that shit bothers me. I ordered mine the day they put the pre-orders up, whatever day that was. I couldn't tell you what it was, but it was like summer last year. It was last year I ordered mine. No, you didn't. Frog. I didn't say frog. Maybe you said frog when you sat down and heard yourself say it and thought that I said it. But no, I did not say the word frog. I'm going to say something about somebody, but I'm not going to be too clear. So this person followed me, right, on Twitter, and they claim to be an artist, and they type in various things in their bio. So I'm just going to type in word, and this is how they have it formatted. They use commas, but they don't put spaces on either side of the commas. Sorry, if you're a digital artist and you can't format a Twitter bio properly, that's all I have to say. Metal Jesus Rocks is good. Metal Jesus Rocks is indeed good. I also like Metal Jesus Rocks. He's a nice dude who uploads fun videos that I watch occasionally. I'm not subscribed to him, but every now and again they pop up and I'm like, ah. It's like those people that talk with capital letter at the beginning of every set. Yep. Mm-hmm. This is true, Stone. I certainly can't format your Twitter bio since you don't have one. So it's probably formatted better than that one. Human crossbowman's upper body takes... Do you fall down my ramp? Or are we having problems with invisible ghosts again? Metal Jesus Frogs is a suboptimal version of Metal Jesus Rocks, though. What, like in your name? I mean, names are kind of excused from that problem because it's a name. How many more things are still being brought? A lot of things. Let them bring those things for a little bit. Your grammar is a bit wonky and half of what you do is... Yeah, well, I would tend to agree. Half of what I do is talking, and people claim that I can't talk correctly, so. A 10,000 ticket invest? Do it. You want Chatty as a game? Sure. The last time I saw a screenshot of, I don't use Chatty personally, but the last time I saw a screenshot of Chatty, they had Twitch chat running in Comic Sans. So I've disliked Chatty ever since, but I do know that it connects better than normal Twitch chat sometimes, which is weird. Only 10? Not 10,000? I was overhyped, sir. I was considering matching your 10,000. Generic terminal font, as it damn well should be. Also, isn't Chatty as a video game just like any MUD, basically? Any MUD that supports custom fonts is kind of just that. You know what would be absolutely cursed? A dwarf spaceable me? A dwarf spaceable me. Dwarf spaceable me. You play as Gru and you manage a bunch of ASCII morons, you mean, for an Empire of Evil? Dwarf spicable me. Dwarf spicable me. Dwarf spicable me. Except it would just be you versus humans. I don't know. I mean, why not? Why not? I mean, you could do it. I mean, there's a My Little Pony mod for Dwarf Fortress. That's almost as obnoxious, if not more. The difference is Despicable Me is like mostly 45-year-old soccer moms that really, 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 really enjoy the Minions for some strange reason. And then everybody else going, ah, and hating them. Whereas My Little Pony is like a certain group of like 20 to 30-year-old men, and then everybody else going, huh? Yeah, I will never figure that out. Like, what is it with like 30-something-year-old parents that really, like, it's not quite me, like my age group, but people that are about 5 to 10 years older than me really like the Minions for some reason. I don't know what that is. Like, I want to know what's different about their psychology that they seem to think that the Minions are good. Maybe it's just like they have kids and they've just been conditioned into liking it because it's the least insufferable of the options they have for children's entertainment. I won my first one, so I'm 1-1, but I'm still down. I mean, that doesn't sound hard. That actually sounds very easy, unless the dwarf is super social, in which case they'd slowly go insane. But I don't know. I don't like playing Dwarf Fortress in ways that makes it not fun to play, and that just doesn't sound fun to play. Like, at all. There's no game there. But yeah, I don't even know if that would need to be a mod. You could just do that with some very fancy world generation stuff. The issue would be getting invaded on a map that small. because they'd just be like right there immediately. But I don't know. I don't like playing Dwarf Fortress in ways that makes Dwarf Fortress less fun. Says the guy who's keeping a fort alive for 1,000 years. Let me scratch that. I don't like playing Dwarf Fortress in ways that makes Dwarf Fortress less fun for me. All right. I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge and grab my lunch and get my stuff prepped for lunch. Not gonna actually eat my lunch. I'm just gonna get it prepped. I will be back in about a minute, because we're gonna do lunch in about 30 minutes here or so, and I want my insulin to be room temperature. Back in a sec. All right, I return. Look at the funny militia commander go making rock crafts without a care in the world. I mean, wouldn't you if that was your job? Just go and make rock crafts all day? This is me trying my bestie to clear out as many big boulders as possible. Speaking of, how's Tygo doing? Tygo recovered from falling like 30 floors pretty well, I think. Yeah? You still have all those stitches in? Probably. Yep. No longer using a crutch, though. No more visible injuries? That's good. Hell yeah. One of my favorite things about stitches that dwarves get is when they die, the dwarves remove the stitches from them. It's like they just stay in there for forever. How did he survive falling 30 floors? The corpse of a dwarf in a coffin landed the fall. Fell from up here, right here, fell through the floor here, down all the way through here, through that floor, through that floor, through this floor, and then down into here and landed there. Yeah. Wait, why would we have to time you out for that, Diamond? This is why I don't have a seppuku command anymore. I used to have like this time yourself out command. I just time you out for a minute, and half of the time, half of my chat would just like willingly time themselves out without like any logical reason. People would just like tune in specifically to time themselves out, and I'd be like, "Hi, okay, fine, bye." Didn't want to talk to you anyway. That's basically how that went. Didn't want to talk to you anyway. All right. Unless you just get timed out for 1 second by Cutest Ghost. Also, hi, I am hashtag. How are you? You can't believe Diamond Destruct is friggin' dead. You know, like, he did say time me out. He didn't like show up looking like this, going all crypt gun, crypt blank, time me out. Didn't do that. Now, if he did that, that would have been a totally logical reason to time out. What is up, my shiny fellow humans? Not a whole lot, Pablo Rasta McShiny. How goes being Pablo Rasta shiny, fellow human-ish creature? My Discord is once again making me feel like I should make a, like, people being nerds about pens room. Although, if I make a people being nerds about pens room, the rule is you can only talk in images, so you have to write it and then take a photo of the piece of paper and then post it in that room, so no one will ever post in there. You can't time me out. Try. Try. Click the button. You literally can't. It'll do nothing. Yeah, there's 89 projects, and there's like another 150 that are in the unfinished, unlisted section. Basically, people that have made pages for projects that they're working on that they haven't uploaded a downloadable file to yet. But yeah, no, like, the Playdate is a toy for people who are obsessed with video games and a toy for people who want to learn how to make video games. And for somebody like me, that is awesome. 2 guns better than 1 gun? The real question that everybody's wondering, though, Ned, is why does that dwarf have 2 left or have 2 right hands? Is he okay? Yours is a dev unit. You've had one for a while, and honestly, you should make something, but no time. Did they send out dev kits early? Or dev units early? Because I know that, like, the... Oh, what's it called? You can just download an emulator to emulate the projects. For people's stuff. But yeah, you're also allowed to charge for your project on itch, so if you make something cool... Yeah, because, okay, yeah, no, I asked because I know they shipped out that first round of dev units in, like, it was like 2019? Because it was supposed to be out early 2020, right? And they had functioning units from 2019, and then 2020 happened. So, and then the rest is history. So, you know, you've had yours since 2020. I'm jealous. I played with one and decided I was going to buy one in 2019 at PAX. I literally, like, sat down, played with it for about 10 minutes, and went, I'm buying one, thank you, and I took a flyer and left. I did ask them for a press kit, but I'm not famous enough. Sag. I got a very polite no from their PR representative. They said that they were only going to do... Yeet. I'm reading that in, like, my little sister bitching voice. Blind, they're making me look at pen sites in general. Then don't look at pen sites. You're an adult. You can handle yourself. So, Hobo, I have a question. If I make a penmanship room on Discord for only discussing mechanical pens, but there's a rule. You're not allowed to post text in that room. You have to write down everything on a piece of paper and then post a photo in that room. Do you think anybody would actually use it? Well, as a member of the Pen 15 Club, I would like to inform you that I do have one, so. Probably not you. I'm just wondering, like, would anybody actually go through the effort to do it? Because, like, if you guys want, like, a pens and bullshit room, I'll make you a pens room to talk about your fancy, like, refillable, like, hobby-grade pens. That's fine. But I feel like that would be an amazing fucking room if people actually took part in it. Should the photo contain the pen? So be like I mean, it's just gonna turn into the penmanship subreddit now, isn't it? Yeah, my handwriting is offensive too, to myself, not to anybody else. Nobody else ever sees it. But Hobo, how's your day been? How's living in a post you've been to an F1 race world? Even though, like, you know, maybe not the most entertaining race, but as chat pointed out earlier, probably more entertaining from the actual venue itself than watching it online. As a race to watch on F1 TV, it was fine. It was kind of boring until the second half, and then safety car, and then things got a lot more interesting. But up until safety car, it was kind of nah. Yeah, I mean, like, that venue looked like it was about, I don't know, 2 people away from just being a flat-out rave. I mean, it's an F1 race. Of course it's going to be loud. The thing that's, like, fucking cool to me, though, is that you get to walk down onto the actual, like, start-finish straight at the end and, like, stand on that, like, piece of road while it's still in track form. That is really cool. That's the part that I'm jealous about. You didn't wear earplugs and you didn't get the E? Wait. Oh, so what you're saying is Dragon Force official. So this is an official statement that Dragon Force is louder than Formula 1? Good to know. Dragon Force is louder than Formula 1, chat. You've heard it here first. But I apologize for making you talk about pens in general on Discord. I'm sorry that my Discord has to harass you with your hobbies like that. Or maybe we just know you is the problem. Genuine statement though. I do think it's kind of amazing. Because, like, I feel like I need to take some credit for getting you into Formula 1, Hobo. Just because... Like, I don't know. I seem to recall, like, pestering you to, I feel like it was kind of me pestering you to watch initially, and now you're going to Grand Prix. True, yeah. I guess, yeah. There's a big difference between, like, every so often, and just, like, through the fire and the flames for 8 minutes straight, like, 15 meters from your head. Just need to bust out your pens more often. Be iffy for pen health. I'll think about it. Might not be a bad idea. This is just such an out-of-the-way rock to go for. Pen dwarf ship, yeah. It's actually just like Dwarf is pending. You know, Dwarf's ship is pending. We're all just baiting my Hobo into wasting money. What, on pens and Formula 1 races? You know, see, here's the thing, right? We're all gonna, like, kind of loosely make fun of Hobo for going to the Miami Grand Prix. We're also very jealous that he got to go to the Miami Grand Prix and the rest of us didn't, right? Like, I think I may speak for everybody here when I'm just like, yeah, that wasn't the most entertaining race ever. Also, it's very expensive. I absolutely would have forked over that money and gone if I had the opportunity and I had the money to fork over. No fucking questions asked. EJ got you into NASCAR, and then TBH, you had F1 TV referral code. Now you're like, $70 isn't too bad. Might as well watch a race. I mean, to be fair, $70 a year for Formula One TV is really fucking cheap, to the point where I'm shocked they haven't raised the price yet. It's ridiculously, it's cheaper than fucking Netflix. It's ridiculous how cheap it is to just watch Formula One. I was trying to figure out why the game just seized, and then I realized I hit spacebar. From what I understand, it was really fun from what you understand. I just want to remind everybody of, hold up. I need to scroll up. Gotta dig through all my spoiler chats to find this Twitter link. This fucking Photoshop. This is how I feel about the Miami Grand Prix. So. But also, jealous you got to go. Yeah, because you get to watch more than one race at a Grand Prix. It's not like it's just an hour and a half of entertainment. There's a lot more to it than just the race. Also, I haven't watched that video that you posted yesterday called The Dark Side of Formula One in Speedy Tracks, Cutest. I haven't watched that video. I just want to ask, which one? Because there's many. There's many dark sides of Formula One. It's a meme image photoshopped of somebody jumping onto ice. I thought it was real the first time I saw it, but yeah, it's definitely. Definitely a Photoshop. It's a rundown of all the shady sponsors. Okay, but there's dark sides outside of just shady sponsors. Well, as long as Donut is better than Tim Hortons, we're good. That doesn't take a lot. You just figured it was someone that... I mean, I would have starfished on it. Or, like, pretended to, like, fish on it. Or, like, actually, you know, if I was sitting in that center section, I would have brought a fake fishing rod and just been like... Just like one of those little dollar store ones. Did it on a dare. People are really dumb. I mean, when I heard that they were making a fake marina in the middle of the race... For a split second there, I thought that it was like going to be like a full actual swimming pool. And I had this image in my head of like it being an actual swimming pool and then it springing a leak during the race and then the race being canceled because the fake marina in the middle just like spilled all over the track. And then I learned afterwards that it was like plastic and I was very sad. I'll be completely honest. Like that was my main hope when I heard about that there was a fake marina in the middle of the track. You have an airline credit from the flight you had to cancel last year? Really? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I'd fly that far to see a live show of anything. But I also hate flying, so. That's part of it. Although my only real plans for flights is I'm going to fly to Quebec this year, and then maybe next year I'll look into actually like flying somewhere a little further again. Maybe. It was literally a vinyl sheet on top of plywood. Really? That's funny. I for some reason thought it was like, what's that fake water stuff that they make? Is F1 different from other car racing sports? Is let me answer your question with a different question. Is football and football the same sport? They use very different balls. It's like asking if football and basketball is the same sport, or if American football and European, like the joke I was making, is the same sport. You know, it's like, well, they all use balls. Is football and lacrosse the same sport? So with Formula One, every single team has to build their own car within set specifications. Every team has 2 cars racing with 2 drivers that are theoretically playing on the same team, but not really. And they race around a variety of different tracks every year, whereas something like NASCAR is stock car racing, where every car is more or less built to spec. Rally is a completely different thing, where they have to try and do time trials. Length of races varies from district to from different car racing series to car racing series. Style of tracks change. Requirements and things that they're allowed to do change. Numbers of drivers change. There's a lot of differences between every car racing. Formula One is almost closer to a soap opera, though. Lots of reoccurring characters. It's good times. As I described Formula One is the rich European boy go really fast around track sometimes. And then the rest of the time they just bitch at each other on social media and the rest of us are all entertained. But it's fun, cheap entertainment to watch. Cheap because, like, Formula One TV, F1 TV is, like the hobo was saying earlier, not even $10 a month. It's, like, very cheap. No, it's not like wrestling because it's not scripted, right? Wrestling is scripted. This isn't scripted. It's more of a soap opera just because it is, like, a lot of the interest in drivers is purely personality driven, right? So. But I've just kind of learned over the years that not all of my chat likes me talking about Formula One because people just get really bored, apparently, when I just sit here talking about Formula One. Nah, I get it. I get it. I feel like you started typing a thing and then just, like, forgot how to type halfway through there, cutest. All right, dwarves are placing those. That's Yushrir, who's still depressed. Yeah, because nothing's scripted. Cutest. I wouldn't compare Formula One to show wrestling. But I was simply saying that it's very personality driven, so it turns into more of a soap opera after a bit. Yeah, I know you're trying out chatting. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap will be happy that you're using chatty. Now you just have to watch the stream in VLC to ascend to open source stream viewing. Heaven. So I did buy some more rose gold. Perfect. Yep, you can watch streams in VLC. Yeah, the almighty YouTube algorithm has been something I haven't been able to stop staring at. Shenanigan noob. Thanks for the follow, by the way. But it's like, This is not normal for me, okay? It's been fucking whack. It's past like 3 weeks. YouTube is just like, hey, you famous now. I like my rouge stuff too. Rouge is a color, right? I need like a bit for when people mistype rogue. R-U-R-O-U-G-E. Let's say rouge. Apparently it's a, it's the French word for red. Apparently, a compound of is called jeweler's rouge is iron oxide. Rouging, a form of corrosion applicable to stainless steel. Is the bat from Sonic? I never made it that far into Sonic, to be honest with you. Apparently there's a TV show about an Asian girl band. I'm just reading Wikipedia right now. There's a 1988 film about it. Maybe I need to watch that movie. Rouging, yeah, it's a form of corrosion. We're learning things right now. But thanks for coming in from YouTube, though. Well, I will stop making fun of your typo now. Yeah, no, it's a weird mess of things that is on my YouTube channel. Those weird games I think are interesting. Yeah, it's like all those people that mistype League when they try and type in League of Legends. It's like laggy. What? What do you say? League. You learn really quickly who knows how to spell League and who doesn't. Rogue is a hard word, though. But yeah, no, I do a variety of weird things on the YouTube channel. And I'm one of the few people, I guess, on YouTube who knows what a traditional roguelike is. Actually, I had a comment on the Labyrinth of Legendary Loot video that I uploaded where someone was like, wow, this reminds me of Crypt of the Necrodancer. And then, like, all of the comments were just like, you do know that Crypt of the Necrodancer's like this game, right? Which I thought was just kind of funny. No, but I've seen... So if... I've seen that. I've also seen Leegue, like... Seen, like, every variation on League that you could possibly think of. I've seen it. But yeah, plan for today is we're playing Dwarf Fort right now. We're just letting time pass in Longdeath. Welcome back, Pink. Stone would like to yell at you for making him talk about pens in general. This is your fault. So, just thought I'd submit formal complaint from moderator and submit it to you. So now that you've received formal complaint, you can acknowledge it and continue to ignore it, as you damn well should. Pink did. Pink was making Stoned talk about pens in general. Not stone. Stoned. God damn it. Stupid language. In my in your defense, I do swap between hobo and stoned too often. But welcome back, Pink Fluffy Llama. I hope that you had a good trip away. But yeah, plan for today is we're going to do probably another 45 minutes of this. And then I'm going to go get lunch. And then after lunch, we going to play Song of Conquest until I get bored. Or fall asleep. Whatever comes first. You played D&D, did you now? Don't need... Dingus. I don't know. I was trying to think of something else that could possibly stand for D&D, and I can't think of something. My captain of the guard. Sorry, no. My mayor would like 2 low boots. Don't need diamonds. I don't need diamonds either. Yep. I don't ever want to get married, so obviously I don't need no diamond. Is it low boot or high boot? Low boots. Low iron. 2. That's not D&D. Dwarfs and Dingomen? You guys seen all of the Kit Fox Man memes that Kit Fox has been posting on their Twitter? Because Kit Fox was just like, if it was like 20 retweets or something, and they will set their icon and name from Kit Fox to Kit Fox Man, and they're a Fox Man now from Dwarfort. What's the original tweet? Yeah, 300 likes, and I'll change the Kit Fox logo to the Fox Man for a week. And so they got 300 likes. So it was this. Obviously, they got 300 likes. It's not that many. And then since then, they've been like, Foxman games spawn in groups of 2 to 10 and generally keep to themselves while making video games. Some dwarves like Kit Foxman games for their cunning. Shit like that. It's just like, well, okay. You guys are like trying to market Dwarf Fortress, and that's hard to do. Managing a studio full of Kit Foxmen is not as easy as it may appear to some people. Fur everywhere, loud as sin, and they don't even know how to kiss a sword. You know. Also, an exclusive rare photo of Kit Foxman video games. What's even better was they got this comment, which is, this is literally a picture of 9 Dot Studio back when they were working on GOD Factory. And he's like, I built those tables by hand, and then like you just go to Google and you type in Indie Studio, and literally the first thing that pops up in Google Images is that image. Like they literally took the first image for Indie Studio off of Google and just like fucking stuck a bunch of Foxmans. Yeah, Alexandra's going nuts on that shit. She comes by the chat every now and again, but that's been a fun week. You had to kill 3 were-mammoths today? Oh my god. I mean, you did. I thought that the fort died when you posted that image, because it was just like were-mammoths. I've never owned an iPad, so it would be very difficult for me to try Brogue on an iPad. So no, I have not. But I don't think I would want to play Brogue. I don't like playing games on tablets or touchscreens. The last like roguelike I played on a phone was, I tried playing CDDA when I was in hospital and all I had was my phone. That lasted about 10 minutes before I decided this is a fucking terrible idea, and I uninstalled it. And then I bought and played Sproggywood on my phone for a little bit, and that was much more enjoyable. You almost did, but after 10 pages of combats, you got rid of them. Good for you! You done did it! Congrats, though. Were-mammoths are scary. One of the reasons I want to play more of that Star Wars mod is I really want to see like a were-droid, because almost all of the animals in that mod are replaced with various droids. It's really funny to see somebody just like transform into a protocol droid. Twisted into humanoid form, it is crazed for blood and flesh. I saw somebody posting about Duke Nukem Forever, and then somebody else saying no one's playing the game online. So no, not sorry, I tried to do my best to erase Duke Nukem from my memory, because I never really liked Duke Nukem, and I've always found the character to be obnoxious, but what happened? Feel free to fill me in. You don't like phones? Fuck phones. But having a big distraction in your you don't like having a big distraction in your pocket, but when people call you, it's because it's at the wrong time. Yeah. Were-droid? Sure. We'll call it a were-droid. Stone, heads up. It's that time of year. It's fall. Into android. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow purple. But yeah, no, I've not tried Brogue on a touchscreen. The only touchscreen roguelike that I've played is Sproggywood, which not enough people have played. More people should play Sproggywood. Though not a roguelike. I was playing this off stream the other day. Made it through like the first half of that game, first third of that game even. It's interesting because like the dev is making a game called Undergrave, which is based on mechanics from that game. So it's like he's making a roguelike based on mechanics from a game that had hand-built levels, which is interesting. The 2D Duke Nukem, the OG ones? I've never played any of those. I don't know. I always found the character to be kind of insufferable. So you never liked him either, but 2001 pre-build looks partly done, and it's crazy that they just canned it. There's like quite a few different examples of that happening though. Games that were largely finished that just got canned. Like I'm still, you know, one of the things that I've been kind of hoping for as a result of the absolute fucking chaos of Activision Blizzard being outed as a terrible company. One of the things that I've been hoping for is that StarCraft Ghost would just randomly show up. Like I've been kind of hoping that a build of that's going to surface. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll down. I mean, there's lots of examples of very large games. I don't know if there's any biggest one. Scalebound was the Platinum Games game where they rode dragons and had sunglasses, right? I know that that's not like very descriptive, but that's like the only memory of Scalebound I really have. But yeah, there's plenty of large examples of games that were canned at last minute. There's like 4 different Dooms that came after Doom 3 that got canned. There was a whole, whatchamacallit, many MMOs. I mean, Dawngate was an example of a game that never made it out of beta, although that was publicly playable for a bit. I don't know, there's tons of games that have like never fully come out. Considering like, didn't No Clip Video, did I scroll? Yes, I did. No Clip Video, the people who make video game documentaries, just put out, Cube World came out though. You can play Cube World. It's not good, but you can play it. There is a Half-Life game that never was released that now has an hour-long documentary about it on YouTube. I wouldn't say arguably. There is no argument to be had. The game came out, it's released, it's publicly available and playable, plus that original demo that teased it, which got everybody so excited for it as well, even if the game never fully released, is publicly available and playable. So this is a Whiplash-heavy comment. Excellent video. Looks a lot like some of the garbage mobile games I've played, except this looks like it has actual thought and heart put into it. I'll have to check it out. Wow, that comment has some whiplash. Tonal whiplash? Yeah, YouTube comments have a tendency to do that. Just absolute out of nowhere, just funk. I feel like I just get hit by a bus. Oh, that Cube World sucked? You're just salty about that? I never really saw the appeal in Cube World in the first place, so I think I kind of dodged that one. Like, a lot of people got extremely excited for it, and like, I just kind of, I remember seeing the original things and going, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And then, like, it never came out. And then every now and again, I'd hear about it and go, oh, yeah, people cared about that, right. And then it finally released and everyone was like, bah! And then they were like, actually, it's kind of bad. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Is that a bit of rope in the human's hand? It's either a bit of rope or a material type, and I can't remember. Yeah, it's the rope reed rope. There's a plant it could have been. There's like one plant that has that icon, but yeah, it's rope reed rope. Rope reed rope, the best kind of rope. It's rope with double the rope. It's rope that's made out of rope already. Rope that can also read. It's very talented rope. Multi-talented rope, in fact. Can be used in a well, or to tie things up, or to just be rope. It's the best kind of rope. Rope made out of rope reed. Thank you much, Stone. Serve dwarven wine, eh? We're into early autumn, so I've got to turn this fountain off before I forget. So I don't have to fix the floor 2 years in a row. What's even better about realizing after the fact that nobody actually died in that cave-in is that I had 2 dwarves fall 30 plus Z levels and nobody died. That's actually kind of incredible. My mayor wants 3 picks made, or my king wants 3 picks made. Those are some impressive lags. They're impressive falling skills. Does anybody here remember the time that I got sponsored to watch some documentaries on stream a couple years ago? Beginning of 2020? Anybody remember that documentary about big cats that we watched? Because that episode on big cats covering the snow leopards, just that footage of that snow leopard jumping off the side of a cliff, grabbing a fucking goat mid-air, and then rolling down the entire cliff using the goat to break its fall every time it did a front flip. So the only thing touching the boulders and rocks and sharp jagged edges of this cliff all the way down was the goat, and then the cat just like walked away and like stretched and like started eating its food. That's what I think about when I think about a dwarf falling 30 plus Z levels. It's just like spinning and like landing on its shield on every single opportunity. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a dwarf! No, definitely some very impressive documenting in that catchymentary. Speaking of catchymentary, Socks, you can't possibly smell right now because I literally just did the laundry. So if I missed you, just shout and we'll get you clean. But anyway, how's things, man? Sounds like a fun stream. That was at the beginning of 2020. I got paid by Curiosity Stream, which is still a great service and still super cheap, but good way to tenderize as well. Yeah, it was, I got paid by Curiosity Stream, way too much money to just sit here and like restream some documentaries. It was like a one-off thing, and I'm really happy I got it because they've never done it since. It was probably a massive waste of money for them, but it was the only sponsorship I don't like sort of regret doing. Almost every other sponsorship I've ever done, I've always kind of sort of regretted doing. That one, I would do it again for free if they let me. Like, that one was just fantastic. It was far and away the best sponsored event thing that I've ever done on this channel. Outside of, like, licensing my YouTube videos to be used in things. It doesn't have a planned release date, but it is likely, and I say this as likely, that it'll be released this fall. We don't have a release date, though. But it is highly likely it'll be released this fall. And the reason I say it's highly likely it'll be released this fall is because Fortress mode is basically done. The only thing that is not playable and finished in the current version are minecarts. Everything else is done. Like, every other screen is done. All the icons are done. The art's done. Everything is done. It's just a matter of bug fixing now. And if they like say they start bug fixing in 2 weeks, then they have until basically the end of the year to bug fix. And because they're just releasing Fortress mode separately with Legends mode and then tying Adventure mode in 6 or 8 months or a year later or whenever they do that, in kind of a staggered release format, Premium Dwarf Fortress will probably be out this year. Mine carts! Yes. The best level in Donkey Kong Country. Minecarts. Was I reacting in a tiny box in the company? I could have done that. I was permitted to do that, but I just turned my camera off and just had my microphone on and would just occasionally pause and comment on things because I just wanted to watch it too. It was literally just like me sitting and just chatting with the title of the documentary as the title of the stream, just sitting silently and then commenting every 5 minutes. That's all it was. And every 15 minutes I had to tell people where to sign up for the service and put a thingy in chat. That was it. It's like the most money I've ever been paid in an hourly wage for a thing ever. Unrelated, but different documentary that I learned this week. Did you guys know that the person who did all of the special effects for John Carpenter's The Thing and designed all those creatures and made all those models was fucking 21 years old at the time? Good lord. Erdem says, I'm the liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? Metal bars. Not cheese. I was going for cheese. I want metal bars. Brass. Electrum. Black bronze, rose gold, bismuth bronze. Oh, did you invest 10,000? Oh shit, you did. Also, El Naso, what's up, my dude? Long time no see. It's good to see you. I mean, I could have done 10,069, but I didn't. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I like that you had enough faith that I would still match you after the time that you missed it. Diamond. You've reached the point where you don't need anything for your fortress, so you really struggle to find some stuff to ask for in trade agreements. Pretty colors. Import some, I don't know, Kimberlite. Usually when I run out of ideas, I just import cheese. I really wish that you could import books on specific subjects. I'm always surprised how little people know about DF, but no. I think what surprises me more about how little people know about DF isn't how few people... A lot of people know about Dwarf Fortress. What surprises me is how few people know any useful information about Dwarf Fortress. A lot of people know that Dwarf Fortress exists, but, I mean, Minecraft doesn't exactly promote Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is like... Not what I would call a cult following, but so many people hear that Dwarf Fortress exists, look it up, find the memes about how hard it is, see one screenshot, and then never want to touch it again. I think, like, the biggest benefit to Dwarf Fortress's existence recently, actually, it's just been Krug Smash, just showing people that the game isn't actually as hard as a lot of people seem to think it is. But the problem that I actually see is how many people don't realize that it's just free to download. Like, so many people seem to think that you need to buy it, and they can't figure out how to buy it, so they never download it, and don't realize that there's a download button on the website. Like, I And then all of the people who just seem to think that all of the super out-of-date bugs are still present in the game and still concerns and stuff that they should be worried about. Like, I think it's actually the memes about Dwarf Fortress that do more damage to Dwarf Fortress than people just not knowing that the game exists. And then there's a lot of people who go, oh, that's ASCII. And then they just say, oh, I can't do that. Or I can't understand that. And it's like, have you tried? The answer is almost always a very roundabout no. But, you know. Anyway, El Naso, how have you been? How's things, dude? What's up? Long time. It's good to fucking see you, my dude. Also, chat, if anybody's feeling generous, El Naso and Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap need subs. Just saying. What did the Kia do to you? Oh. You won, I didn't. So it's proof that it's not rigged. Proof, I tell you. Nothing but proof that it is, in fact, not rigged. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Diamond, who just won a world of riches in tickets allowance? Congratulations. You can't do anything with it. They're pointless. But you can invest more of them next time and brag. Just making sure there's no contraband in there. Also, Pink Fluffy Llama needs a resub too. Let's do that. Rigged? Oh, yeah. That's a killing. No, that's understandable. Doesn't change the fact that you need one. And every now and again, the streamer has to, like, try and coax chat into giving him money. Otherwise, streamer wouldn't be able to pay bills. That's how this job works, unfortunately. Although, hopefully, at the rate YouTube's going, I won't need to bitch as much. Then it'll just be a bonus when people are feeling kind instead of, like, me having to yell at you guys to give me money. That would be nice. I mean, want to bet? I don't think so, man. I don't need to worry about how many tickets I have because I definitely have more cookies than you. Well, actually, an upgrade I can buy. Look at that. You feel bad? Don't feel bad. You're watching. You're doing better than all the people who are not watching. All like 15,000 of the people that follow me or whatever that number is now. Not that any of those accounts are still active, even. Congratulations on the 1.5 billion cookies per second. I'm at 7.551 undecillion cookies. But do they have any love put into them? I don't know. I don't know what love is anymore, so. But again, I haven't known what love is for a very long time. Now I have that one song stuck in my head where she goes, "Love is a thing." I love how we're just like teaching people how to watch Twitch without watching Twitch. That's my chat. We teach you how to watch Twitch so you don't have to watch Twitch anymore. The best way to watch Twitch is by not watching Twitch. When buying the most optimal upgrades and buildings as you can, and you're not actively playing, so you don't think you can do much better than what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, just fucking don't worry about it. It's cookie clicker. It's not like it matters. Overthinking cookie clicker is the best way to ruin cookie clicker. I mean, Twitch itself as a website isn't worth using. The creators that are on Twitch are often worth watching, though. The only reason I really encourage people to subscribe is so that you can get ad-free viewing. And even though I don't run ads, you know, not having to see the pre-rolls is nice. Which I don't have the option to disable, right? That's the actual reason I promote subscribing to my channel. The money's nice, and the consistent money is also nice, but like it's always going to be more consistent and helpful than YouTube ads, which are inconsistent on a good day. They did get rid of friends. I had somebody who was sad. I saw somebody really sad on Twitter that Twitch got rid of friends. I was like, wait, people use friends lists on Twitch? What? Like, they've replaced the old add friend button with the follow button, so you can now follow somebody by just clicking on their name in Twitch chat, which is the best thing ever. You gotta leave, but you'll definitely come hang out again. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. I'm live for a long time. You use the friends list? By that, you mean you added me 3 times and I declined it every time? There was a friends list on Twitch. They got rid of it. Don't worry about it. Twitch killed the friends list, and it's a good time. Speaking of friends list, I might end up getting a tattoo edition while I'm out in Quebec. Orange means we might have a tattoo fundraiser bar for a little bit. Usually what the friends list thing would do is people would add me thinking that they were following me. And that was very annoying. Like, good systems for Twitch to get rid of. It's good that they got rid of the friends list. Like, really good. So. What's being added to the tattoo? Well, the one on my left arm, which can be found by typing in ! tattoo in the chat if you want to see the old Twitter thread, or ask me nicely and I'll stand up and show it to you. That one is very unfinished, and if I can find an artist that would fit, that could work on it, I might pay them to get some work done, but my mom owes me a medic alert tattoo because she said that if I ever get a medic alert tattoo, she'll pay for it. So I need to get a medic alert tattoo on this wrist, which says my allergy and that I'm a type 1 diabetic, and also explains what the fuck's wrong with my eyes, so people don't think that I've had a head injury or something, which is actually what my eyes look like if you look at them closely. It looks like I've had a head injury, which is, you know, bad if you get hit by a car or something. So the plan is to get a medic alert tattoo, and then if I can find someone who has a good enough style that I could get additions made to the one on my left arm, then maybe we'll do that too. Slash and or. Because, you know, if my mom's paying for it, fuck yeah, I'll go get a tattoo. Absolutely. And like, getting a medic alert tattoo is so much cheaper than getting a medic alert bracelet. I don't know about the rest of the world, but at least here, medic alert bracelets are like $300, and then it's another $60 a year because they update it. They send you a new one every year. Whereas a tattoo is like $150 for like a simple type font. It's like fucking whatever. I don't want you to recommend tattoo artists. That's not how tattoos work, Orange. Chief Medical Dwarf tattoo? No, I'm not gonna fuck around. And also, I don't want any Dwarf Fortress tattoos. I like Dwarf Fortress, but I don't like Dwarf Fortress that much. What if you need to update the tattoo? Then you update the tattoo. Costs another hour of time, maybe. Like if you have a medic alert tattoo and you need to have an addition made to that tattoo, that's super easy. Or you just get it tattooed over if you don't want it anymore. All I'm saying is tattoos are cheaper than medic alert bracelets. Tattoos are extremely easy to overwrite. And also, if you're a weirdo who wants to get your tattoos removed, those are getting easier and easier and easier to remove every year. So, doesn't really matter. I mean, I have 2 portal tattoos, right? But there is no art in Dwarf Fortress that I want implanted on my body permanently. Maybe a Cupo fort, but I don't want like a dwarf tattoo or something. You get that question a lot. I never asked you. I just stated that it might happen. You must get it a lot if you automatically answer it when someone brings up tattoos. Now, I have enough tattoos to know that I shouldn't ask people for tattoo recommendations because it doesn't fucking matter who your tattoo artist is. What matters is, are they capable of drawing and doing the kind of art that you want on your body at that time? If yes, then they're a recommended tattoo artist. Otherwise, get a different tattoo artist. I would consider getting like an @ symbol tattooed somewhere, or like an @ period, which would be like, you know, a floor in a generated dungeon. I could see myself getting some sort of ASCII tattoo, but I wouldn't want a dwarf. Mostly because it's just not the kind of thing I want on my body. There's something you could envision still wanting in 10 years' time. You know what's fun about tattoos? Almost all of the time you don't still want them in 10 years. But you look at it and you go, huh, like a photo album. You know what I mean? It's like, would I start any of my tattoos that I have now currently? No, I would get different things. But it reminds me of the person that I was 10 years ago. Right? I can like look at that and be like, oh, yeah, that was the place that I was in. And I reminisce on it. And it's like having your own personal memory bank tattooed on your arm or leg or thigh or hip or ass cheek. I don't know. Boob, whatever works. Looking pretty good. I'm all right. I don't like Gremlins. Like the movie.
So, just got bad news. Grandpa has a bad Viagra addiction. No one is taking it harder than Grandma.
Oh no. Well, hopefully Grandma can hold out. That sounds like a horrible, horrible thing. I hope that she survives. Thank you very much, Adra. I hope she's got a good heart because she'll need it. But seriously, thank you very much for that 52nd month. Cheers. I don't have a wine command of any sort. Pink. Gotta give me money to get the wine. Unfortunately. I would get like or follower emotes, but I literally can't pay my artist, so sucks. Although I probably need to find a new artist. That or figure out how to give him money in Warframe or something. Like platinum codes or something. That, or I need to ask him to draw for free. And just be like, I'll pay you when sanctions lift. Feel like getting fined. What, that I can't pay my artist? It's not a joke. Where's the joke? There is no joke in that sentence. It's just oh, the Viagra. What, my grandpa has a bad Viagra addiction? No one's taking it harder than grandma? Naturally. I certainly hope no one's taking it harder than grandma. You want to know a tip for anybody getting any tattoo ever? If it's a barcode, a social media handle, or someone's name, or a date, go nuts. But make sure that it's in a position and angle that it's very easy to cover up and tattoo with something else. It's the reason you see so many people that have like a ribbon behind like someone's name or something. Like someone will get married and they'll have like a ribbon tattoo with like a name on it. It is super easy to just like color in that ribbon, right? And just erase it. So if you're gonna get like flat text, unless it's like an allergy or a disability which isn't going away, chat filters Viagra? All right, weird. I'm sometimes shocked that people have chat filters turned on, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, no, like that's why people get those like specific things. Your neighbor has a QR code medical alert thing. I feel like I would just write the thing. The divorce cover-up technique. Yeah, you know, it was kind of funny. When my ex wanted to get married, because she was like very, very obsessed with the concept of getting married for like a year there, I pitched the concept of, instead of just getting wedding rings, to get wedding tattoos. I was like, let's just get like a ring tattoo. Why not? Because I don't want to fucking wear. I hate wearing rings. Rings suck. I don't like them on my hands. But she was very against that idea, and I should have taken that as a red flag. But whoops. So I open up Twitter and I see naked pictures of Hillary Duff. Close Twitter. Don't show Twitter today on stream. Twitter's dangerous right now. Speaking of things aging badly. BRB opening Twitter. I'll save you a Google search and just say, just go look up women's health body issue Hillary Duff. There you go. You'll find it. It is trending right now. Oh, also, here's a reason to delete your Instagram. Just, you know. How the heck did I manage that? What, there's naked pictures of Hillary Duff on Twitter? It's still pictures of Hillary Duff with no clothing on, dude. It's not like revealing or anything. They're classy nudes, but still. Still like breaks Twitter, or not Twitter, Twitch terms of services in like every way possible, so. It didn't already have NFTs? Weren't they supposed to be making their own crypto? I don't know. Face space bucks? So you want to know what my favorite like crypto bullshit thing that's happened in the last 6 weeks is, Aqua? So Atari. This is how you know this is starting off well. So Atari, the company that's owned by a holdings company that used to make video games, made Atari coin, right? Which was supposed to be Metabucks. They're not that smart, unfortunately, or that self-aware. Orange. Atari had Atari token. They made a cryptocurrency named after Atari. The holdings company that owns Atari had a falling out with the startup that made Atari token. Metabucks? No, it doesn't. Anyway, so they had a falling out with the company that made Atari token. Which might be like, okay, I mean, falling out between companies happen all the time. But that company still has Atari token. It's just Atari token still exists and is no longer affiliated with Atari in the slightest. Which means that $150,000 worth of Atari token that Soulja Boy bought and bragged about on Twitter a whole bunch, claiming he bought Atari, one, now worth a lot less than $150,000, and two, not even associated with Atari anymore. And from what I can tell, that token is just going to exist in perpetuity. Although apparently that holdings company is now making a video game, and if you hold Atari token, you can spend that Atari token in that video game whenever it releases, if it releases. So that's a thing. Don't y'all already give a parcel on Earth 2 yet? Not yet. Don't you love it when people get mad about decentralized items? Yeah, all my apes are gone. Oh, actually, I've got another good parody account for you guys to follow on Twitter. Just scroll down until I find it because I retweeted a tweet from it. Ah, here it is. But this is a fake Twitter account for crypto, except it's talking about tulips. It's very funny. Professors of commodities guaranteed to make me rich. Tulips equals success. Follow me for investment advice backed up by history. We're all gonna make it. It's just very funny. I'm talking about invest in tulips now. My tulips are worthless. I mean, the first ever tweet that this account put out was this. I've been hacked. All my tulips are worthless. Dutch East India Company, please help me. It's very funny. The tulip marketing is doing fine. Don't listen to the haters. Now the best way to buy tulips. Price can only go up from here. Tulip investment tip. You can never tell which kind of tulip is going to skyrocket in value overnight. To cover all your angles, buy at least one of each kind of tulip. One of them is going to hit. It's pretty good. The idea of owning ideas is my ideas. No talking about it. Absolutely. If you talk about the idea of owning ideas because that's my idea, you owe me money. The price can only go up just makes me think of idiocracy and inflation. That's all it makes me think about. You can't eat, what, bees or tulips? But yeah, I don't know. Mint's free speech as an NFT? I could mint a screenshot of you saying that as an NFT and then sell it back to you. Price can only go up. Oh my god, we're all screwed. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, paper cuts. I was joking about what if somebody started minting Dwarf Fortress worlds on the blockchain. Although I don't actually think that there's enough space in an NFT to mint a Dwarf Fortress world. It would have to be like a pocket world 5 years old or something. Because the old worlds can get pretty big. By big, I mean like a couple hundred megabytes, but they don't have that much. Like they have enough space for like a few lines of text or a JPEG. Is that you're pretty certain they don't actually represent legal ownership? They can include legal ownership, but it depends on the NFT. Some NFTs, like, you don't even own the rights to do anything with said image. Which is why a lot of those game NFTs are very funny to me. But I've talked about this before, but I do think there's a lot of really interesting ideas in Web3. I think almost every single practical application we've seen for it since Web3 has like kind of become a thing has been like a complete waste of fucking time. They're not that big. I mean, hold on. How much memory can you fit in an NFT? Let me Google this. How much memory does a NFT have? I was reading about this the other day. Around 50 megabytes. The average size of an NFT is around 50 megabytes. Some NFTs are larger than this size, but 50 megabytes is pretty standard. Computers and servers only have so much storage space until they get to full capacity. Yeah, posted January 18, 2022. About 50 megabytes. Have I seen Cryptoland? Unfortunately, yes. I get emails from them all the time because I'm on video game press sites. Unless, I think it's Cryptoland? I might be thinking of Decentraland, actually. I know about Block Party and Decentraland are the two that I'm familiar with. I also know somebody who got paid to play Block Party. Suey, I'm looking at you! Although listening to Suey try and explain how NFTs work is very funny. No offense to Suey, she's lovely. But that was very funny. This is why you get some really sweet 404 NFTs? Yeah. You like the Bored Apes? What, just as an art piece? I think that they're ugly as shit. But at least they look better than CryptoPunks. But we're talking about, like, difference between something that's excessively ugly and something that's just ugly and boring. Although, you want to know how to stop, liking the look of Bored Apes really quickly? Orange? Watch that animated thing that they're making out of them. It's worse than some of the worst shit that's ever been on TV. And away you go. Up, up, and away. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe, Paper Cuts. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers, dude. Audio's just like, shut up on this subject line, damn it. You know, people mock modern art, but my aunt is a modern artist and her art is beautiful. Like, she draws these super intricate patterns of like various levels and textures of different colors of paint. It's beautiful. I mean, if you like Bored Apes, I have a much cheaper solution for you. Okay? This is extremelyfungible.tokens.com. Extremely Fungible is a art gallery of tokens, of procedurally generated personal icons, which they encourage you to right-click and save. So, you know, if you want, like, whatever a Scoopaloog is, you could download your own Scoopaloog now by right-clicking and saving. You could also go get a, I don't know, girls looking sad and with their clothing falling off. Or you could be a robot or a great gnome. And there's also links, of course, to, you know, support the artist if you would like to throw them a tip. So if you want to throw them some dollars, these ones are particularly great. They just kind of keep going. So, you know, if you want, like, a funky looking, unique-ish profile picture to kind of look like an NFT, you could do that. Yeah, which is why I still promoted audio. Your brother loves these light bulbs, which he can control with his phone or via his voice command. And it's so dumb because he has to usually say about 3 commands and still ends up going into his phone app to get it to the right setting he wants. I actually have a set of those, like colorable, voice changeable light bulbs. I just use the remote. Much easier. It's just extremelyfungible.com. You know the worst thing? Tamas are really funny real music on the screen. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know a few people who own them. Also, what is up, Chops? How's things? Two crutches, one low boot. Freelancing you some euros? I mean, better to freelance some euros than freelance some Monopoly bucks. You know, there was part of me that was tempted for a minute there to make my profile icon a more zoomed in version of my skeleton's face, and like facing the right instead of facing the left, so that it looked like an NFT with a solid background color instead of a shaded background color. But then I was like, you know what? I don't want to get randomly blocked by people who think that my icon's an NFT. There was also, like, back when NFTs were just starting to be super stupid, I actually thought about minting my icon as an NFT. Just kind of as, like, a joke to point out about how stupid it is. But kind of then looked at the gas fees and was like, I'm just not going to take part in this thing that I don't like. Because that's just better for everybody. Yeah, no, the market is crashing for NFTs rapidly. I mean, I saw this tweet initially and then went and fact-checked it. Here's a good tweet right now. This is from yesterday. Basically, every single NFT project worth money is tanking in value right now. It's terrific. It's the best news we've had in crypto since forever. Although one thing I do love is that one comment responding to that tweet just saying, this one's doing fine. And it's their own project. Just tweeting out like 2 of their own. It's just like, my NFTs are still fine. It's just funny to me. It's like the only people saying good shit and nice things about NFTs are people who either A, have projects, or B, are trying to sell their NFT. It's like, of course you're trying to say nice things about it because you have money in it. It's like shouting at people to invest in Coca-Cola when you own all the Coca-Cola stock. Like, all right. Is that all of the sites that hosted are all Web 2.0? That too. That's actually, I hadn't even thought about that, but yes, that is true. All of the sites that host NFTs are Web 2.0. But what kind of freelancing are you doing, Chups, if I can ask? All right, chat. So what do you think? We're getting into late autumn. We could either, because it's been about a year now in game, we can either keep playing until we hit spring, or I can go do lunch, and when I come back, we swap over to Songs of Conquest. What are you guys feeling? Boring subtitles of boring videos. Well, at least you have stream to watch in the background of boring videos. Also, bots don't do subtitles in 2021? 2022? What year is it? People still write subtitles? That's wild. It's even more ridicule than you think? Huh. Well, I'm just asking what chat wants. It's no real matter to me. I'm just here doing my job, Zakos. Also, I hope that you've had a good lurk. I mean, we are going to change games. That's kind of a fact. Like, I'm going to play the other one today because, like, this came out today and we're going to play it, damn it. It's got 96% positive reviews and looks real pretty. That's the plan for today. We're going to play some of this. Which is now linked in chat. There you go. That's the plan. It's Heroes of Might and Magic. Sort of. It's funny that 2 Heroes of Might and Magic like games came out in the last like month. That game totally under your radar? I know about it because I saw the announcement for it at E3 a couple of years ago. All right. Well, how about this? Let's save Longdeath for now. I will give you guys 15 minutes of record. And we'll swap directory and whatnot. And when I get back... Yes. Hopefully it's as good as that. But when I come back, we will play some of Songs of Conquest. That's how that's going to go. So, while I'm gone, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And if anybody new pops in and goes, what's going on? Just be like, streamers at lunch, okay? I think I'll leave us in the Dwarf Fortress directory until we swap over. But what I will ask, or not ask, but comment on also is it only costs you 26 cents to replace Sire Stupid on the leaderboard. $4 to get number 1. I'm just saying. Anyway, thank you very much for watching today so far. We've still got like 6.5 hours, 7 hours, maybe more left in the stream. And